What if this day is all you get?
Copper Goddess, what's fackin'? All right, is my mic working? Hold on, let me see. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Microphone check. Microphone check. Damn. Yo, microphone check. Microphone check. Microphone check. Microphone check. Man, what's wrong with this damn thing? Let me try something. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ooh, pretty good bank guy. Want to try the catchphrase? There's no fees of minimum.
Damn, this is janky.
No, the other one.
Why ain't this shit working? Oh damn! I'm trying to. I was trying to work this shit from my phone. I didn't think the mic was working because I don't see the little circle jump. Let me get my ass on this laptop. Apparently, I can't share the screen from the phone, which is super janky. Oh snap! Come on, laptop. Quit bullshitting. Don't be a buster. Hit that like. Restream does not support screen share on mobile devices. Yeah, I see that. Hey, oh shit. Let's see what the I got echo and shit going on. Alright, let's see. Turn that down a little bit. Turn that down a little bit. What do we have here? Is that hate I smell? Where all my peeps at? How you doing this evening? Everything copacetic? On this grand evening. Don't be switching my shit out like that, T-Dub. What's fucking? What up, dog? I hope everyone is good this evening. Just figured I'd hop on here and see what's cracking with my peeps. See how life's treating you, man. How's life? Let me get my lighter. My son love to wreck cars and shit. But he's healthy and alive. That's all that matters. Fire up this spliff. Oh shit, all we missing is Miss Nunya. Where you at, Nunya? Yeah, okay. Let me find me something good to share. I'll be triggering Nunya. Boy, I'll be triggering Nunya. Dark Enlightenment? Peter Thiel and the Antichrist? What the hell is that? Let me hit this weed before I dive into that shit. Can it be transmitted sexually? Oh, they talking about the jab? Man, let me open this up. Yeah, let me open this up. Oh, there she is. I said the only person missing now was Nunya. Is that hate I smell? He told me, yep, you sure do. I know you ain't responding to the image though. You need your ass one. Noticed a whole lot of fuckery going on. You like that new imagery? Is that hate I smell? I figure I can see if I come over here and trigger Nunya real quick. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Ooh. Oh, that's some good shit. You ain't getting picked on. I only said that because when I be playing these videos, you be getting triggered. So you picking on yourself. How about that? Let's see what we got.
Sexual intercourse with a vaccine.
Let's see what they're talking about. Can it be sex with a vaccinated person shedding spike to unvaccinated? Hey, I already knew this. Who is this calling me? Okay, what you got to say, lady? Or you finna have somebody else talk?
If you follow the videos, remember I was speaking about trying to prove the transmission of a vaccinated person having sex with an unvaccinated person, and the unvaccinated person start to experience side effect. And when we take a sample of the unvaccinated person's blood, it's actually looking like a vaccinated person's blood. So we're just going to actually prove that today with our data. As you can see here, the blood is looking like a vaccinated person's blood, whereby we're seeing all the fermentation behind the plasma of the blood. And also in some samples before, we was actually seeing the discoloration of the blood as well too, as we can see here. An unresponsive immune system. We are not seeing much white blood cells present and working for him. And then we saw some candida. There was, as you can see, we see the blood here. There was some parts in the sample where we were seeing mass level of candida. And when we started to see that amount of candida, mean that the white blood cells is unresponsive for a period of time. This is one of my patients. He was with me for a while, about 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. So we have a good idea how his health is. So when he started experiencing discomfort and the way that he was feeling, we decided to run some tests. And we see in the cause here to why he's feeling how he's feeling. And when we look back on it with the blood work, and when he started to feel like that is after having sexual intercourse with a vaccinated person. So yes, we finally proved that it can spread through sexual intercourse. So we're going to do some more videos with this to prove that, because we already proved that we could correct the blood. So we won't be doing any more videos with that. Be more diverting our resources into proving if it can pass.
What the hell kind of accent is that, y'all?
Through sexual activities. Just like how HIV could pass through sexual activities, I always had a feeling that this also can pass through sexual activity. So we're going to try our best to clean this up. This video is just to bring awareness again to the public. We actually prove it. It's been 2 months we were trying to prove it. I even say it in all my interviews. We're trying to prove it. It's not proven yet. When persons was asking me the question. But now I actually prove it with the blood work that I'm seeing here today. Right, so yes, it is a possibility, and with all the effects that he's feeling now due to the blood that we see in here, which is massive acid reflux, pain behind the eyes, chest pain, and heartburn, and all these things he was experiencing. So we're going to try our best to see if we could correct the blood to correct all the symptoms that he is feeling.
The colloidal gold.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Wow. Wow.
So the really, really awesome thing about this is exposure at a distance.
What
So
do you
the
mean
colloidal gold didn't actually come into contact with the sample.
You serious? Why would,
I'm
okay,
serious.
I have a question. Why would colloidal gold be working like this? I obviously know very little about it. Why would it be working this effectively?
I don't know the answers to that question. I know that colloidal gold carries an electric charge. We make it with the process of electrolysis. It can be made in the home.
Only problem with that, T-Dub, motherfuckers be lying. And there they go. But like, what you mean? Get about my HIPAA. That was crazy, player. What the hell? Huh. Nanotech in food. Memories can be erased. These short ass videos. People do be lying. I'm just saying, people be lying. This might be interesting.
This is a special InfoWars broadcast.
Get your ass up. You ain't got no sound there, bub. That sounds terrible.
Instead,
Oh,
I
not
told
you.
you, if
Yeah, I can't take
a
him.
sponsor or more than one sponsor
Maybe.
will help us out, we will be with you for an extra show. And this is the extra show, my dear friends. Maybe I'm in a more relaxed mode because it's Wednesday, but in reality, this is a very important show with a lot of interesting information. So let's thank our sponsors first of all.
Yeah, I never got one of them COVID tests. I never cared to. I'm like, get that shit away from me. Don't test me. Don't be trying to take my temperature. None of that shit. Back above me, player.
Sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate.
In America, freedom isn't just a word. It's a way of life. It's early mornings before the sun rises.
Why would you hold the data for 75 years, all of the clinical data, for 75 years from these if you were trying to be transparent? Tell me why.
This is a person who was vaccinated 4 times by Pfizer. 1 year since vaccination, tumors emerged. Person was dead within a month. We got 3 biopsies out of them, 1 postmortem. All of them have SV40 in the origin of replication from the Pfizer vaccine.
SV40, or simian virus 40, reared its ugly head back in 1960 when scientists spotted it lurking in rhesus monkey kidney cell cultures that were being held to whip up polio vaccines. SV40, a tumor-making machine, has the large T antigen, a molecular wrecking ball that smashes into cellular control systems like P53 and retinoblastoma protein pathways, turning normal cells into rogue cancer factories. Fast forward to 2025, and messengers from a myriad of professions are shouting from the rooftops about SV40's presence in the COVID vaccines.
These vaccines are not vaccines. They are, in fact, gene therapy based. This genomic integration, as the scientific literature makes clear, can lead to cancer development, immune system disruption, and more. The sheer levels of contamination detected, up to 145 times permissible limit in some cases, are extraordinary and far beyond what should be allowed in any medicinal product. In my work as an oncologist in the UK, I started to see a disturbing trend as early as February 2022. Patients who had been cancer-free for many years were suddenly relapsing with aggressive explosive cancers shortly after receiving booster doses of the COVID-19 vaccine.
I'll tell you a good story. Okay. I have 3 friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer.
All three of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin,
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole.
These 3 advanced cancer patients experienced remission in 2 cases, complete remission, and in 1 case near remission for an extended period of time, years after initiating this fenbendazole protocol. And none.
CI declassified them files.
None of them received chemo either, right? So this was it was in combination. A few were with a surgery. Some did receive a brief dose of radiation, but in general, this fenbendazole was linked to extraordinarily, accelerated tumor reductions in a pretty short period of time, with extended survival outcomes, with no evidence of disease.
Yeah, I was off their charts, 1,498.
Yeah, the chart didn't even go that high.
You know how many people they let die? Do you realize how many people? That's murder. That's genocide. Boy, these people is demonic.
Something else. That was December 31st. I took my first course of ivermectin on my birthday, February 2nd. February 11th, my CEA was down to 180.
Raise that up a little bit. Wow.
So I'm seeing they on the money grab, causing hella cancer, and then they release some CIA documents telling you how to cure most cancers. These motherfuckers are super evil. Seriously.
And doctors figuring out now, the CIA knew in '62 that dewormers could reverse most cancers and didn't tell the public. That's mass murder.
My parasite medications work against cancer cells. And it turns out that the parasites use mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And these fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried it on the cancer cell, and sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people say, oh, cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway, and a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis.
So to be clear, the anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do.
Well, we are live, Rex Jones and Tim Tompkins on the network. American Journal meets Gray Area yet again. Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man. What I'm telling you, every time we get off of these shows, I'm just like, okay, that was great. What can I do next? What value can I give to the marketplace? I'm dedicated, man.
Dude, isn't it trippy though? Isn't it crazy? Because it's like I'm dreaming, right? Like I wake up, I come to the studio, we do a great show, and I leave, and I'm like, is it good? Is it good? And we're both kind of like that. We watch it back, and we see what people say, and we're just so happy that y'all are happy with us here at the American Journal.
Yeah, we are super happy. We're just trying to bring a different flavor, this dynamic. Man, I'm telling you, I'm so glad that we took the risk to do this when we first
Absolutely.
met. Because it's everything. Like at the end of the day, we both felt like we had a message to bring to the wider audience. And, I just feel like we're doing that, and we're bringing content, and it's content in a way where we can go a layer deeper than what everybody else is covering. So I'm just super privileged and happy to be here.
I think the important thing is we're not pretending to be quote unquote experts. We're not telling you to believe us because we say so or we prescribe.
Or it's just the shit they already put out there activating. That's the worst part.
to a political ideology that we're all loyal to, like a sports team. We're in here like you, trying to do the research, trying to go on that journey of becoming a more informed American, or just, you know, person around the world, a more empowered human being. That's what we're about. And as we cover more news, as we cover more topics, as we have more guests and more information, the show's only going to get better and better. So we're getting it on the ground floor, and while we're doing this, it can only go up.
It can only go up. And I'm just finding myself progress through different changes in terms of my psychology. You know, at first, before it's hard into all of this, you think you know something, you have a clear position. And then as you start going through the history, you start digging through facts, you realize like a lot of the things that we take for granted or think that, okay, we have an absolute knowledge base on. I challenge myself every single time, and I encourage every single person to do that too.
Sure. I mean, that's why we seek out a lot of different sources of information. Ultimately, we've all been lied to about goings on in the world for a very long time. So we kind of sit in that knowledge, and we try to find alternative sources. We try to get kind of like a second or third or fourth opinion, like you would from a doctor, to try to figure out the true root causes of these problems.
Yes. And one of the biggest problems that we're dealing with, that every single day something new is coming out with, Iran war. I mean, you can't talk, you can't go
it's
a day with.
You just called the show the Iran, basically. And I'm sorry, but this is news. It's what we're going to cover.
It is the news. It's the main thing. That's everything that everybody's talking about. And we have to talk about it. There's a new update every single day. And that's what we're going to try to do for you guys this morning while you're on your commute.
I am the president of peace. I am the peace president. Don't you love me, Mr. Donald Trump? But seriously, so here's the thing. We see these offers from Trump. We see the overtures. We hear that the Turkish people and that the people of Pakistan, the governments there, the foreign ministers there, have been trying to set up meetings in Islamabad and places like that. And every time I see an offer from Trump, it's just like when he declares victory. I just don't believe it. You know, I think this is all just cover for the Marines sailing there right now.
Yeah, and I'm a little confused now because I'm seeing the U.S. has their own set of demands, and then the Iranians have their own set of demands, and there's a lot of confliction in terms of the narratives there.
Sure.
I also don't fully believe what Iran says when they put stuff out there. They've been caught lying numerous times. So there's only but so much you can believe from both sides, because they both have a duty to push out some propaganda to make it seem like either side is winning. But yeah, let's go over these demands.
Really quick, where do you think the U.S. stands right now? Where do you think Iran stands right now? As in, like, who do you think is more urgent to find a off-ramp to this problem?
Unfortunately, I would say,
you know what, Copper got us. That's probably a very familiar story around in these times and these days. That's fucked up. Like, I don't understand. Everybody's supposed to go on with life, knowing what the fuck going on, and knowing what happened. I don't get it. Just gotta go do what you've been doing, huh?
We are, because they've done a pretty good job at the Strait. Sure. I mean, the markets, what is oil at? Like 110? Is that?
It's something like that.
Somewhere around.
It's fluctuating because of Trump. He keeps making the statements and whatnot.
It is fluctuating, but we're getting to an inflection point to where it's not sustainable. And I think the wider markets, I think everybody in Europe is talking about this. You've got people around the world. And we understand we can't do this much longer. So I'm thinking.
We can do it forever. Wars can be fought forever. This is why the lines from the peace president are just so important to go over, because Tim, you make this reasonable argument about resources, logistics, we can't, economy, blah, blah, blah. The president says we can do it forever. And even if he only believes that like 30%, that delusional belief that'll get us in this conflict for a couple more months, that'll kill the country.
It will. And he's got a set of demands here that we can read through.
Sure.
So let's start with the U.S. demands.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so U.S. demands. Number one, removal of all sanctions on Iran. U.S. assistance in advancing and developing a civilian nuclear project. Removal of the threat of sanctions being reimposed. I mean, just right there.
Look like they doing everything they can to piss the people off. That's what they try to do.
The sanctions are our main economic warfare. That's the thing that's really hurt and killed the most Iranians over time. Not even these military strikes. It's been the decades-long sanctions on this country. So this already is a huge concession from Trump.
That is a huge concession. And if you think about it, if you talk to the average Iranian, when they want to leave Iran, they're not on the regular SWIFT financial system. They're not going out with a Visa or a MasterCard. What they have to do is they have to get a bunch of cash and be able to, when they
it's
leave
all
the country,
internal.
Yeah, it's all internal because they've been cut off for so long. So I think this is a win for Iran here with the removal of the sanctions. Honestly, I want to just see cooperations between both sides, and if the sanctions lead to something like that.
Let's be clear right now. That's what we've always said, okay? Because people will say, you're pro-Iranian regime, you don't know what you're talking about, boy. I'm not pro-Iranian regime. I'm not pro-American regime either. I want both countries to be okay. At the end of the day, we don't wish harm on anybody.
No, don't wish harm on anybody.
I'll keep going. Sorry, my bad. I just got distracted by the sanctions because that is key. That's a huge point. So number 4, Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework. Who defines that exactly? 5, enriched uranium to remain, but under supervision and agreed limits. Now, you remember last year when they were having these talks right before the 12-day war, or maybe a little bit after it as well, Witkoff went over there, and initially he was like, yeah, well, they're willing to come down to like 3.5% enrichment or whatever. And then immediately after that, he got a call, and then he's like, no enrichment whatsoever. So they have a civilian nuclear reactor. They use it for medical purposes, power purposes. They've always wanted to expand that. There's a conflation, Tim, I feel in a lot of people's mind when they think about Iran, like Israel attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. Again, they weren't attacking the military infrastructure. They were trying to strike that place in the capital.
Now, what do you think? Because you and I might not agree on whether they should have nuclear capacity. What's your thoughts on that?
Nation has a right to civilian nuclear power. I don't want them to have nuclear weapons. Absolutely not. I disagree with that. But they already banned them 20 years ago, you know? So I think it's something where we go around and we tell nations what they can and can't do. And we exercise that authority because we say, oh, we're going to be the victim of a heinous attack if we don't run you and you don't let us take you over.
But so I agree with the act that you should have some sort of nuclear power, but when you have nuclear power, you are also not too far removed from having nuclear weapons. The thing is the transportation method. That's the thing that needs to be prevented for it to not.
We'll talk about that a little bit. That's a good point.
Because the enrichment programs, those are important. I mean, nuclear power is one of those things that we look at, and it does have a net positive for a country. But when you know the science behind how to do the enrichment, you can turn some of these technologies into nuclear weapons for destructive purposes. So that is what the United States is afraid of. Now, there are other methods other than nuclear. Like, Iran doesn't even have enough resources to really build out a nuclear facility in terms of, like, for civilian use.
Not anymore, they don't. I agree.
Well, I'm just saying, like, think about how much a nuclear facility actually costs to build, like,
and the time as well.
You're talking decades. So, like, that should be the last thing on their mind. What they should be focused on is improving their immediate internal conditions. Specifically, like, there's a bunch of other things they can do with their power sources that they can allocate resources, because they shouldn't be going to nuclear first. That's like something I see, like, further down the line, as they have proven that, hey, like, we're actually want to cooperate with the United States.
And that is a weird thing, right? Because, like, the old Ayatollah, the guy that we killed, surprise, surprise, he had a...
Hey, buddy, if you don't want somebody with nuclear weapons fucking with you, you need to have some yourself. It's as simple as that.
Ban a fatwa religious order. It's considered a crime against God to make a nuclear weapon, right? But they also, I've seen this in Iranian media numerous times, they're incredibly proud of their civilian nuclear infrastructure. I think it's got more to do with kind of like the engineer and scientist culture over there, because keep in mind, like, a lot of the time, like, when you talk to people about Iran, to be like, well, that no place that live in caves over there in the Middle East. It's like, no, it's actually a 4,000-year-old culture, super smart people, very intelligent. They have a large brain base to build systems like that, and weapons too. That's why they have the missiles.
No, a lot of countries have a big base in terms of intelligence.
Sure.
And you can rely on that. Every country is going to have smart people. So let's go back to this here.
But even they're known for it.
Yeah.
They're known for being highly intelligent. But go ahead.
Okay, so where were we at?
We're in a missile program.
Okay.
Missile program to be addressed at a later stage with limits on quantity and range. So I don't know about that one, Pimp.
I agree with this one.
I don't know about that one, Pimp. I mean, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Because, like, that's their national sovereignty. Like, that, when Trump says we blew up their military, that is true in every aspect but the missile systems. So, like, that right there, like, if this is a true peace framework and that's a deal they can get with security guarantee and, like, China or Russia could be involved, I agree with you. Totally reasonable.
I mean, here's the thing. I got no problem if you want to defend yourself, but when you start talking about missile capability beyond, let's say, even the 2,000 to 3,000, or what's the point after that? It's that would be an offensive type of move.
And that's a point that I've heard other people make, specifically like pointing to the space program that they have or whatever, and saying they can't build ICBM. I agree with that.
And just like fundamentally, like I know sometimes I bash on Trump and I bash on some of the West, but like I really think about this on a day-to-day basis. They have had protests and a whole big conglomerate of people in their parliament screaming like,
"This guy what? Attack? What you talking about? You talking about attack?"
death to America, death to America. And it's just like, we can't take those things lightly. Regardless of how we got here to the point where, you know, they're making these threats against us, we can't even allow an inch for that to be a possibility that they could strike us here on our own soil. Like, I'm sorry, like that, I don't want that to happen.
I get where they come from with that whole thing, but it's about the worst political move you could ever make, because it gives that argument, right? And like, of course, like, we don't want a country that says death to America to have nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me. But at the same time, I'm not making the Mark Levin argument of saying they had them because they didn't. Okay, we may push them to make one now, which would be quite nice. But it's all just it's a zeitgeist of events.
Okay, so now we've got number 7, use of nuclear programs restricted to civilian and defense purposes only.
That's totally good.
Number 8, we've got development of existing nuclear capabilities halted. Okay, what do you think about that one?
Well, I mean, I assume that means enriching uranium, or at least implies the enrichment of uranium. So they have, and this is another thing, okay? Because I'm not here to be Iranian media state propaganda. We're going to give you the full facts here. This is another thing. If they did actually brag about the 410 kilos or whatever it is of enriched uranium that they had, and they told them to the people in negotiations, if that isn't made up by Steve Witkoff, that's about as dumb as you can be. That's about as retarded as you can get. So like we look at stuff like that, and it's like, well, do you need to enrich uranium 69%?
No, you don't. You don't. And that's why I was saying, and I agree with this next one, which is number 9, no further expansion of enrichment capabilities. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. Number
That's
10,
fine.
No productions of weapon-grade nuclear material on Iranian soil. Agree with that.
A lot of these are kind of indemnifying, like it's the same thing.
Number 11, all enriched material to be handed over to the IAEA within an agreed timeline. Number 12,
that's point number 11 is referring to the 410 kilos or whatever it is, I believe. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow to be taken out of use and destroyed. So those places with the centrifuge, that's what Trump hit in the 12-day war with the B-2 bombers. We drop big, beautiful bombs. I'm sorry. If you're listening to me on your radio, hello today. Have a good day with me. Oh, man. Okay. 13, international monitoring and verification mechanisms enforced. Means IAEA probably again. Gradual implementation tied to compliance. Additional regional and security understandings between the parties. Here's the thing.
Yep.
This is reasonable. You guys have to have another great power involved. You can't just be, U.S. says, like, we're gonna.
But who is that? You're talking about Europe would need to step in
Russia or China. Russia or China are gonna have to be a part of any further solution. I mean, that's plainly obvious. This is.
Nigga, you play too much. I just got attacked. Help. You play too much. Was it an African centipede? Where you go? A centipede? Huh? That was a little robot. A little centipede robot. Why you playing this? We're tripping, all right? Yeah, she tripping. I just got attacked. Help me! and over there fighting the centipede and shit.
A proxy war, just like it's a proxy war for us in Ukraine and Russia. The Russians and the Chinese are backing the Iranians, giving them intel, giving them satellite data, giving them GPS things to use and tracking coordinates. So at the end of the day, when we look at all of this, this already is a world war, and if it needs to end, then the other parties that are involved, they have to come to the table.
No, you're right. It is sort of a proxy war where you've got Israel and Iran being controlled by the United States, and then you've got Russia and China in the background as well. Even though they're not committing, even though Russia and China are not directly committing as much support as the United States, they're still in the background loading.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's just, are they helping to kill Americans? And by giving the tracking data, by giving the satellite data, as the Chinese have done openly, you're helping to kill Americans. When they send the drone in, if it uses the Chinese satellite, you help to kill Americans. Just like Americans, we help to kill Russians over there by giving, Elon does, by giving them Starlink. Right? So, like, that is warfare.
That is warfare. And then you think about it is, you said the first part right. Like,
I sure was about to call you out if you ain't say that, buddy.
I think these are reasonable demands, but we do need to figure out how do we cooperate with China and Russia. But I don't think they want to cooperate the same way that the United States wants to play ball. So
I think they want a fair agreement. So I agree. I agree. And the U.S. is like, well, we just, here's the thing. You can have kind of a big piece of cake. I'm going to have the rest of the cake, okay? And it would be nice if I got only a little bit more than you or a little bit less than you or whatever.
Somebody ought to told you about wrestling them African bugs. They bite.
I'm just going to take it all.
But I'll play devil's advocate here. If China had the same capacity to exert its power, I think it would. I really think it would. I mean, the power, what is it? Absolute power
corrupts absolutely.
Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think also Russia, if they had the opportunity, they would do this. China would also do the same thing. So it's like, I can't fully blame the United States for taking a strong position, because when the United States is behind the right side of history, we do affect positive change throughout the world. It just depends on
Tim loves America.
I love America.
Tim does love America.
I'm very nationalistic. I've seen all the technology that we have created. There has been military technology that has actually changed the world. And we forget about those things. So it's not always doom and gloom. America does have an important role with the rest of the world.
We have the people that dream the biggest. We have the car, the assembly line, the plane, the internet, the computer. All these things come from this place because this is the place where people think larger than life.
Yes. Now, I want to get to the Iran side of demands because I think these are absolutely insane. Absolutely
All right. You want me to read it?
Yeah, let's go ahead and read that.
All right, I agree with point number one. I haven't read the rest of them right now. A formal end to the war. Everybody wants it. No one's getting it. That's like the unicorn. We can't seem to find that. Number two, guarantees against future U.S. or Israeli military attacks. Okay. Number three, reparations. Dude, compensation for wartime damage and losses, control or leverage over the Strait of Hormuz.
That one is insane.
Well, they want a tax.
Never happening.
They want a tax.
No, I don't support that.
So
I don't support that.
Do you think nations like Russia or China will want to put an end to that as well?
What?
Because they're also going to get taxed.
You're saying that they wouldn't want Iran to also have that control?
Yeah. Do you think they don't want them to have that?
Depends on how closely they're aligned. Because if Iran is like, in China's back pocket, it might be to their benefit. And, they have some plausible deniability and they've got some deals going on there. But there's no way that we can allow that to happen because it gives them a leverage point in the future.
No limits on the missiles. Missiles to the moon. That's point number 5. Number 6, recognition of Iran's right to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. I agree.
I think
if it's civilian enrichment.
I think they're agreeing to that.
Yeah.
Trump seems to be on.
It just got to be really low level, used for medical purposes.
Yeah.
Lifting of U.S. sanctions in real usable way. No public acceptance of direct talks on U.S. terms right now. So it's really point number 4 and point number 5 that are just like it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. I don't even think it should happen. I mean, just no limits on Iranian ballistic missiles. Like I said, what value does it serve? I get if you want to defend your own soil, but if you need to have a missile go 4,000 miles away, that's only for attack purposes.
I think that the U.S. wants them to get rid of all missiles that could even hit Israel. So they want to keep that capacity, but I totally agree. And there is speculation that it may have been a false flag attack. The missiles that got shot at Diego Garcia, because they claimed not to have done that. They could also lie. So
well,
we don't know.
I've actually seen reports and a breakdown saying that Iran has actually done, and not just specific to this situation, but they also have situations where they say, well, we haven't done that. And the reason why is they want to mitigate the backlash to a specific event. So if they did something that, you know, angered the West, sometimes they were actually behind that action. But in order to soften the blow, they have to deny it at first, and then it can come out later after people have forgotten about the situation. So there is some real merit to that situation being real, despite what everybody's talking about.
So this is all with the backdrop of the Marines, right? The Marines, the 82nd Airborne, the troops are coming. We have the peace paper now. We have the peace paper. It's all over. It's all done. Really, whenever Trump does something like this, it's, you know, total war is about to begin. So, like, we're not relishing that. We really regret it. We wish we didn't have to cover these types of stories right now, but it's not likely for either side, after what we've just analyzed and we've been following and monitoring the situation quite intensely and quite thoroughly. They're at an impasse. They're worlds apart.
Yes, they are worlds apart.
Where's a compromise come from this? What do you think?
Compromise. I mean, it doesn't come without the Gulf states being involved. They want something out of this. I think sanctions is the first place to start. After, I think the new.
I don't know. What is it? What's the video about?
Nuclear, that needs to be sorted out. There has to be some checks and balances, some oversight. I know they have an organization that is supposed to monitor that, but you know, when you got your stuff like thousands of miles underground or hundreds of miles underground, it's like you need some real oversight into those things if you want to have true nuclear power. So I think those are the two things that we start with. Ballistic missile program, I think that's later down the line. I really I don't support Iran having you know, these massive long-range missiles, but again, I digress on that point.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. It's just, I sadly think it's going to be a regional conflict, a regional war. I mean, look at this footage right here. Let's throw that back up there. They got these giant underground tunnel missile silos, drone silos. These are things that would take like a bunker buster to get, bare minimum. They've been planning this for decades. This is like they're lined up to die. And that's what it takes, because it's one thing if we were fighting like France or something, right? We're like, we're slaughtering the enemy and they want to give up. They want to surrender. Well, this is not them, because these people all want to be martyrs, okay?
Yeah. And the terrain is another big issue. You've got mountainous terrain. You've got, they've in the prep that you were talking about, they've been preparing for a long time. Everyone knows ground invasion's not going to happen. We might take...
You got it.
Karg Island.
I don't know. I think Karg Island's a fake out. I think that's.
So?
I think they're going to do another special forces thing, because Trump loves the special forces so much.
Where do you see that going?
Man, I don't know. They try to hit their nuclear infrastructure again. I think that's the thing that's being talked about. I listened to Larry Johnson talk about a war game they ran, I believe in the 80s or 90s, about kind of a similar or same operation that did not go well.
What video are you talking about, Copper Goddess?
I think they're going to try to plan to do something like that again.
So are these peace plans and negotiations, are they just fake, or do you think we're actually having conversations to try to make things work? Because you can't, it's like, remember, the Ukrainians and the Russians were arguing, right, at some point, and they were trying to have peace deals, and then Ukraine goes and takes out like a bunch of assets. Like, it doesn't work if we're not like calming things down and then negotiating.
This is real, Tim, in the way that Santa Claus is real. It gives you warm and fuzzy feelings. You're a kid, you think about it coming down the chimney, but what's actually coming up is your parents sneaking downstairs and giving you, you know, a stuffed animal. So, like, we're going to get the stuffed animal situation. We're going to get this war, whether we want it or not. This is nice to believe in. I'd like to believe in it. Me and Tim would love to believe in it.
Love to believe in it.
But I don't think it's likely. Sources say no. That's what I got to say. We'll be right back. American Journal, Rex Jones, Tim Tompkins, coming at you live.
That Israel's conducted alongside us was the air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his war fighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. we negotiate.
Hey, why Trump look him up and down like that when he said that shit? Let me rewind that a little bit. Am I tripping?
Ourselves as part of the destroy the enemy as he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well.
He did.
We from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well, as viciously as possible from our hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future.
Look at this.
The president has made it clear that
trying
we
to
will not have a
hypnotize
nuclear weapon.
people?
The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This is.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna make a deal with you. You know, we're just the military. We're bombing you. We're killing your kids, but we're a part of the negotiation. You know, we negotiate with bombs. We negotiate by killing you. And like, here's the thing: that's honesty about U.S. foreign policy.
At least he's not hiding it.
That is refreshing because, you know, Biden would kind of do the tap dance and act like he wasn't killing anybody. He was killing a ton of people, right? Yeah. And at least they're open about it, okay? So we know what to charge them with later.
Yeah. I mean, look, even outside of this administration, this has been America's playbook for the last 20 years. Each administration
longer.
I mean, you're right, longer.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is that peace through strength, is it not? So at the end of the day, you come out with that big hammer, nobody's going to mess with you. But again, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the...
They had to pull his comment up like, pause. Pause.
long-term gain here in terms of, like, okay, how much longer can the United States exert power using just force?
Sure.
Because at some point, it doesn't work for the modern age.
Well, and that's the thing, actually. You know, us using force is really a sign of the decline of the empire, right? Because it shows how far our soft power has declined, right? That's not enough anymore. We have to go over there and crush you. We're not able to do it by getting other countries to do it. We have to go do it. Well, you kind of see the embarrassingness of like the begging for the allies, please help us defeat evil Iran. And then Europe is like, we don't want to do it.
Well, the reason why they don't want to do it is because we've basically made them, how do I describe this?
Think about it. You must be very careful, young man.
I have to be careful.
Yeah, you're going to offend someone over there. Shout out to you if you're listening. We love you. We know it's late over there. Shout out to you.
Nah, I mean, we've basically been the abusive husband to the...
Yes, a battered wife. That's what I said on Twitter.
That's pretty much what we've been doing. We've allowed Europe to kind of become, you know, our little, you know, bee. And we're just smacking her.
The Gimp from Pulp Fiction. Basically,
like, you like this.
Yeah, exactly.
You like this.
Exactly.
And it's like, you can't expect a country to come in and help you after you've done a lot in order to put them in a bad situation to begin with. So it's like, we blew up the pipeline. They have energy crises. We're looking at all these scenarios. And, you know, do you remember that meme or that video where, you know, President Macron couldn't even get through the motorcade because Trump blocked it off and he made him walk?
Yeah.
Does that hurt? Bite hurt? It hurt? Are you in pain right now? Huh? Do you need to seek medical attention? Huh?
And walk down the street.
Like, if it's me, I'm sorry. If it's me, I'm not forgetting that, right? Like, I'm keeping that in the back of my mind. And then just think about, you don't fair. They should have been paying their fair share from the beginning.
Absolutely.
No way the United States should have been putting all of that money to be their bodyguards when it was them that needed the protection. We were just there.
That's a good point,
right? Like, at the end of the day, they're not going to be launching missiles at our end. You know, they have no bases on our Western hemisphere, so it's the Europeans that need it the most. So, you know, when I look at this situation, right? How much do you think this goes on before Europe actually gets involved?
Well, so there are capacities that they have that we don't have relating to mine sweeping. I've seen several ex-military, ex-Navy people talk about this at this point. We outsource a lot of that responsibility to them. That's primarily what we want. I mean, as far as them getting involved and say, like, you remember when Trump was saying initially that we would be escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is completely insane, at least at this current point where the missiles and drones are still a big problem. What they want is they want more people to get drawn into the conflict.
Yep.
Right? So they're trying to convince Keir Starmer right now. They're going, Keir, listen, I really like you. I need you to lose one ship for me, one big, beautiful ship. We need a Pearl Harbor.
And then didn't we watch a video the other day where BB's sitting there talking about missiles are heading to Europe? Or he's like, you guys need to protect yourselves. And sure. Netanyahu's trying to bring in the Europeans. And I'm like, the Europeans barely like you. You know, you're also in the same boat. Like, right now, the tail is wagging the dog just a little bit. And, you know, we know that Israel has brought us into this conflict specifically because they...
Rubio admits it on video.
Yeah,
that's people will accuse us of being bigoted for saying that. The Secretary of State literally states that we get drawn into the conflict because they launched the initial strike. We don't want Americans to get killed in the retaliation. And what that tells you is we came in with the mission of ending it on day one.
We did.
Because the rationale for that whole attack was we're going to make it so overwhelming, we're going to kill the Ayatollah. It's not going to be a problem for Americans in the region anymore. Yeah, and look how that turned out.
We overestimated. And
it was actually the second attack, dummy.
And they thought that taking out the supreme leader and taking out all the military leadership would do the job. But
first attack was last year.
At the end of the day, we're seeing
prepared for it.
We're still going to be in this conflict, and it's going to keep playing out. Even though these peace deals are going out, and I hope something happens with this. I don't know, Pete. I don't know if...
Well, let's look at what happens really quick, and then let's get to your rundown here. Let's look at Syria before and after, because, like, here's the thing. We bring democracy. We bring freedom. We're liberators. We're going to be greeted as liberators everywhere we go. We have to remember this. Let's get the image of her in the beekeeper suit up. Because this is very important, because you got to keep in mind, Assad, evil, dictator, blah, blah, blah. The real reason why we got him, why we got Saddam, why we got Gaddafi is you can't allow a secular state to exist in the Middle East. You can't allow for it to happen. So we'd much rather have someone that's literally chopped off people's heads before.
Oh, and we invite him to the White House.
And put some Robitussin on him.
And we invite him to New York City, and he's taking a picture at New York City. That was the worst sight ever as an American for me to watch that.
Knowing the
guy used to be in Al Qaeda.
Yep.
And taking a picture in New York City. If you go back to the early 2000s, that was unthinkable, unfathomable.
Sure.
And so somehow we've just gotten amnesia. Now let's look at this picture here. 26 before and after pics reveal what the war has done to Syria.
Nice, look at that. Look, these places are so old. Like America, everything's new here. This is the oldest of the old world. This is like the foundation of like religious culture for billions of people, literally, like this entire area of the Middle East. And
super nice.
Yeah, it just gets turned into rubble because, you know, it's a lot easier to destroy something than it is to create it.
It is.
Wow.
And at the same time, so the conflicts that are going on here, do you think it stops, or even with him in power? I think there's just these other groups will start building up and try to revolt, because that area has not stopped.
Well, he's in a very unstable position. He presides over like 300 unique terror cells. A lot of them are from various places around the world. There are people, he has like a team of interpreters and stuff that help him work with his people. Who are the interpreters? Probably CIA, of course. So like he's a complete government entity.
Well, okay, well, you just think about the United States. We're not the best at picking the right team, if you think about it. A lot of the time we
look at Trump.
Well, I'm not even just saying about Trump. I'm just talking about when we decide, okay, this guy is going to be in charge when we do regime change.
Sure.
And it ends up being that we have a bad track record with that. I mean, they end up becoming the enemy at some point, very often.
It's the enemy when we go in. It's the enemy when the new person takes over. It's the enemy when the new person is defeated. We have to fill the power vacuum, and then insurgency. Why must we do this?
Why must we do this?
Why must we do this? Now, why can't we have 50 cent, food prices?
Yeah, those pictures are very disturbing.
Yeah.
Wow. And as an American, I can't even think of these situations happening. You know, our land will always be preserved because of the force that we use and the power that we exert throughout the world. I mean, at the end of the day, look at these photos. This could never happen in the United States. And this is why I'm covering the whole situation with Cuba during the deep dive during the second hour, is because we haven't forgotten about the Cold War when it comes to exerting our power, making sure nobody comes in our backyard. And this is the bigger play with Cuba here. I think that we are trying to make sure that China and Russia never have a seat in our backyard.
Yeah, let's get into the Cuba story here, but really quick, I want to cover this before we get into this. So I presented this to you. It wasn't a part of the rundown or the deep dive. The Russian oil tanker playing chicken with Trump over Cuba. Listen to this, Tim. Russia appears to be testing U.S. commitment in the Western Hemisphere as Washington already battles the Kremlin's influence on other fronts. While Russia's attempt to provide oil to Cuba may be half-hearted, Russia watchers say it sends a signal that it is not. The Anatoly Klodkin is steaming towards the Caribbean. The Russian oil tanker's official destination, according to one of his public broadcasts, is Atlantis, USA. More probably, it's the Cuban port of the Mazanas, ferrying an estimated 730,000 barrels of crude oil across the Atlantic. The tanker is flying a Russian flag. A Russian warship escorted it through the English Channel, where it was tracked by the Royal Navy for 48 hours, only to turn back as soon as the tanker was clear. While the Kremlin declined to confirm reports of Russian oil headed to Cuba, it has also made little effort to conceal its hand. That's because the tanker was never really about Cuba at all. People close to the White House, former ambassadors and Russia observers told Politico. It's a message, they said, a negotiating chit, a provocation designed to force a disproportionate American response while Washington is consumed everywhere.
Wow.
So,
you know what this
they're saying provocation.
You know what this reminds me of? JFK era. You know, when they had the Russians sailing towards and we were about to hit, you know, DEFCON 1 or DEFCON 2 and just press that nuke as soon as they crossed that blockade.
It seems like there's multiple Cuban Missile Crises all around the world right now. Yeah.
Eerily similar. And I want to get back to that story.
No, go ahead.
I really want to get into the money that people are making off of the oil itself and all of the bets, because we're seeing crime and corruption in real time here with things like the poly markets and the Kalshis and all these different things. Can we let's start with this article here that says the $500 million bet on oil before Trump's climb down, because
hey, that's normal. Shut up. We're making money over here. We're insider trading.
Okay. So go ahead and let's start reading this one.
We're allowed to be criminals for the government.
$500
million bet on oil minutes before Trump climbed down. Some 6,200 oil futures contracts changed hands before the president announced energy strike ceasefire, raising concerns about insider knowledge. All right. $500 million.
Y'all all do that shit, man. Why is y'all insider trading? They're up here getting pockets fat. He's lining them kids up with even more paper. They get your own billions. Crazy work.
6,200 oil futures. A quarter of an hour later, the U.S. president announced very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East on Truth Social, which caused oil prices to tumble. So he declared victory again and said everything was going to be fine. The oil futures market allows investors to buy or sell oil at a set price on a future date, enabling them to guard against any unexpected leaps in prices in the months ahead. Banks and hedge funds also bet on moves in the price of oil to earn profits. So you lock it in.
And that was the thing that was confusing for me, is like, you know, we saw oil prices go up at the very beginning, and then suddenly it came down to like $80-something a barrel. And I'm like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be going up. And then it shoots back up, and I'm like, I said this to my buddy. I'm like, oh, they made money. Somebody made money.
Pure manipulation of the market.
Pure manipulation. And let's get this video queued up. Let's get video 2 queued up here, because this video shows how they're using these poly market and Kalshi. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's outrageous.
It should be banned.
They're creating anonymous accounts. Like, the whole platform is anonymous, and you have to trade in crypto in order to make bets. It doesn't make any sense. How should anyone be able to do that?
You feel me, Captain Crunch? Let me in on it. Shit. I need to know a little something.
You should be able to have a linked bank account where you can you can check who exactly that payment is going to, because then at the end of the day, this is no different than like being on sports betting.
Yeah, you can't buy stocks anonymously. Think about that. think about that.
Oh, yes, you can, Rex.
I mean, through holding companies and stuff like that.
No,
but
no,
just
no.
outright.
I'm saying no. They're doing this now. Like that's how they're buying. There's always a new scam. There's always something.
My mind's gonna be blown. This is why I love. This is just a preamble to the deep dive. But go ahead.
Yeah, let's go ahead and roll this video of the people making money off of this. Like, what is it? These poly market. Yeah, this is what it is. Let's go watch this clip, please.
Poly Market is basically a prediction platform. You can bet on real-world events. You can bet on a sports match or a war or a ceasefire, and you can only bet using cryptocurrencies. Plus, the whole thing is anonymous. Your name is not disclosed. Now, look at this report. It focuses on 8 accounts. These accounts were created around the 21st of March. They bet some $70,000 in total. And what was their prediction? That a ceasefire deal will be reached by the 31st of March.
Okay. Copper Goddess, that's a AI video showing, like, they made an AI video showing what they want to do, right? Or what they plan on doing. Is that what I'm getting out of that?
If that happens, these accounts stand to make $820,000. They put $70,000, they will make $820,000. That is the bet. Now, there are 2 red flags here. One, look at the timing. All these accounts were created last week. And what was happening last week? Trump was escalating the war with Iran last week. Amid this escalation, why would anyone bet on a quick ceasefire? Unless they had some insider information. That's the first red flag. Secondly, one other account has raised some eyebrows. Before the 28th of February, this account placed a bet. It bet on the US attacking Iran. It said the attack would happen, and sure enough, the attack happened. Trump attacked Iran. Now, that same account has also bet on a ceasefire, and on cue, Trump called for talks. If you put all this together, one question emerges. Is this insider trading? Are these people privy to Trump's thinking? Several experts say yes.
Don't piss on my face.
Whoa!
Tell me it's raining. I'm sorry. This stuff pisses me off.
Okay,
They're doing it in plain sight. They do not care about anybody back at home. I'm seeing, as I started looking into these things, there are like hedge funds and there are people creating like 8 accounts all of a sudden and making a trade like a few days before, making a bet, making a ton of money, getting out of the market. Quick in, quick out. How do we have a system? Poly market is something new. This only came in like a couple years ago. And do you know who was behind this? They realized, oh, well, technically this isn't betting. You know, you're doing futures trading. You're doing something where you're making a future prediction. And somehow somebody had the bright idea, well, let's make this anonymous. Let's make this anonymous. Oh, and even better, let's make it crypto. And the thing about crypto, guys, there's things called crypto wallets. I'm sure all of you guys know what these are. A crypto wallet basically is almost anonymous in itself too. You do not know who the owner of a specific wallet. All you can do is see is the transactions. And you can't really do a whole lot with transactions.
Right.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting because we had all of these like antitrust. We have all of these things coming out.
We have laws on the books.
Laws on the books that say, well, you have to have Congress transparency. And now we're just creating new methods in order to hide the money and who's making money. It disgusts me.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the crisis in 2008. It reminds me of like a CDO. Like you look, it's like you can roll up all the debt of the subprime and rate it as prime and have that all be good. That doesn't seem like that would work out long term. There's like, hey, it's our system. Don't mess with it. Don't rock the boat. It's all going to be fine. Boom, what happens? Everything crashes. You look at something like this. We've gone down the line on our show numerous times. People just betting like 10 for 10 perfect war predictions. You know, a minute before something will spike, 50% chance.
Well, and the fact that these people know, it's because you've got a marrying of lawmakers, people in position of power, and you've got billionaires and the very ultra wealthy all married together in this one system. So think about it this way. The people who made Polymarket, I forget the man who's behind this, but I saw a big group of billionaires back this up.
Sure.
People were like, this is the best thing since sliced bread. And they all came together, and people realized, well, we can do something about this. We can get away with this because no one can get angry at us because you don't know who we are.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's in plain sight for the American people to see.
Absolutely.
It is in plain sight. And this is not what I voted for. I didn't vote for,
Trump crypto coin?
You were just in my head.
You don't like that?
I didn't vote for Trump to have his own meme coin where he's making billions of dollars before the market goes up. I didn't vote for new ways of degeneracy because new scams.
Yeah. I mean, that's what this is. They're all new scams, and no scam is really new, so they're all old scams, and it's the same thing over and over and over again. It's just the degree of brazenness where these schemes are executed now. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before.
You know what my biggest problem is?
Shoot.
We call ourselves a Christian country.
Right.
We take Bibles. We do this.
Yeah,
we put our hand on the Bible. We say an oath. These oaths mean absolutely nothing anymore.
Right.
They mean absolutely nothing.
That's right.
You can basically take the Lord's name in vain. You can go out there and say, I believe in...
They're metaphysically, they're peeing on the Bible instead of swearing on it when they do stuff like this.
And what you do is you soil the entire religion by doing these things.
Sure.
Do you think Jesus would be betting on Kalshi or Polymarket?
Absolutely not.
Do you think Jesus would be doing all the things of making crypto wallets and making a bunch of money and sinking markets?
No. And that's the thing. War, fraud, betting, all of it. All this stuff is deeply antithetical to being a Christian or following Christ or trying to be a little Christ. Whatever your Trinitarian definition of that is, even if it's a Protestant one, completely foreign and alien to it, these people don't care about God at all.
And you don't even have to be Christian. You just look at all the religions in itself. You can look at
American business. What's the business?
I love Jesus. I love Jesus.
All of the religions don't say, hey, let's go out and just start betting in the market and doing these things. There's a spiritual aspect that people miss when it comes to this.
You say all the religions. Hold on a minute. There's some religions you're not thinking of. They worship the stock market. The Tao is the golden calf, the god of the country. I mean, Pam Bondi's investigating or not investigating or lying about investigating.
It don't matter if they sloppy. Nobody gonna face, repercussions for anything. Nobody's getting indicted for nothing. You got people playing with children. You got all kind of shit going on. Like, they can do what the fuck they want. Obviously.
Biggest PDF file monster that's ever existed, really, Jeffrey Epstein. And when she's being asked questions about it, she goes, the Dow! You can do it.
No, you have Trump derangement syndrome.
That's right. I'm so sorry.
You have Trump derangement syndrome. The S&P 500 is at all-time highs, and we have Congress voting on Kalshi and playing the poly market, and that's what you should be paying attention to.
That's the religion right there, because that's the appeal to authority. She's appealing to her God, the stock market.
And then you just look at that video that we were playing at the beginning. Trump standing there like a proud father, and Pete is just signaling to the man behind him.
Sure.
I mean, this is what we have. We have a bunch of yes men. We have a bunch of people. And I'm seeing people online criticizing me yesterday for saying things about Joe Kent and praising him for getting out. I'm sorry. I'm not going to stand behind somebody. I'm going to stand behind something I believe in and having morals.
Sure.
He got out because he saw that this wasn't system was being corrupt.
He rejected the broken system. That's what we support.
And then I saw a bunch of people attacking me like, how could you say that? Well, Mark Levin is actually right. Well, okay.
Oh,
and that's
some real winners.
That's when I had to put the phone down, because I'm like, how have we gotten to this point where we've lost the American values that have made us today?
Sure. Well, I mean, we sold them out for cheap credit. We sold them out for empire, and now we're at a point to where it's just a costume, a skin-suited thing that people want to put on. And really, if you're going to vote for those values, you got to demand those values once these people are elected. That's all we're doing here. At the end of the day, like, my dad always says the thing of, like, we got to hold Trump's feet to the fire. Here's the thing, like, that's a good analogy, because you don't want to have your feet held to the fire.
No, you don't.
That's not a pleasant experience. We're here to provide that.
And for me, it's all about being ideologically consistent.
Sure.
You guys see a 2028 Democrat come in, and we're going to be just as critical about the bad things that they're doing then, too. We
don't like any politicians.
We don't like any of that. Wrong is wrong, right is right, and there's no way to look about that. And to justify these things just blows my mind.
Well, they must earn our respect, Tim. And here's the thing. As Americans, we kind of have this, like, servant mindset of, like, these are the people high on the hill that rule us and take care of us, and the bureaucracy, the middle management, oh, we got to worship it. We don't know how the country works. No. We're citizens. We have agency. We're given rights by God. Read what Thomas Paine wrote. Read what Jefferson Hamilton wrote. Read what these people said about the country. You are allowed to demand things as a citizen. You are basically a Roman citizen, okay? And we are supposed to have privileges. We're supposed to have rights, and those have been taken away from us.
They have been taken away from us.
It's tragic, man, but that's why we're here to chronicle it. We're bringing back the spirit of positivity to the people, of knowledge to the people, because we're not black pilling here or white pilling. You got to acknowledge the problem, the disease, before you have the solution.
And remember, yesterday when we covered in our deep dive, how much was education and how much was
like
housing
4%?
Development? Yeah, they were both 4%, and our national defense spending was 47%. That pie chart does not add up, guys.
Hey.
That pie chart does not add up. We need to be investing more in our people. We need to be investing more in education, because what's happening is these other countries, China has been investing in education.
Sure.
They're out competing us in technology now.
And that shouldn't be happening.
It should not be happening. America, like I said, when America is behind the right side of history and we push the change that we want to see as the people, we actually become a net positive for society. And that is what is important here.
Absolutely. And one more thing that me and Tim really agree on, we're both extremely patriotic individuals. We love this country. We love America. We just hate our government right now. We want our country to return to greatness. I want to remind you guys that if you subscribe to any product on the Alex Jones store, you're going to get a free t-shirt with that order. Iodine's 30% off, 50% off when you're a VIP. We've got the powerful methylene blue. We've got Power Plant. We've got Methyl Drive. We've got a ton of great products. Check out Power Plant if you want to try the new version of Super Male Vitality. Super Male Vitality is back. It's called Power Plant now. You're going to check it out.
14 days to flatten the curve. Wear the mask. Take the shot. You can't get COVID. You can't spread it. All horse crap. And they used COVID to derail Trump's last recovery. And now, as I predicted, they're using war to do it.
If you spend too much time on Twitter or get your news from the liberal mainstream media, you may have gotten the impression that the president's supporters are abandoning him in droves over Operation Epic Fury, his war to prevent your grandchildren from having to face off against a nuclear-armed Iran. Our hapless president has been dragged into this war against his will by the nefarious Bibi Netanyahu, according to people like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, and now Joe Kent. Alas, none of that is true. The narrative that MAGA is split over Iran, beloved by the liberal media and the anti-Israel far left and right, is complete fiction. Far from a betrayal, poll after poll after poll has found massive, overwhelming support for the president's strikes on Iran among Republican voters, upwards of 85%.
Here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this.
Welcome to Pickett's. Thank you all for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Trump is against that entire globalist plan of austerity and against their carbon taxes. That's why I've supported him so much, because compared to the Democrats, it's night and day. He really is returning national sovereignty to America and making your own decisions. But my God, then don't make the wrong decisions now that we have a president back in charge. This is so paradoxical, and it's so love-hate for me. And I know I've been right, and I've been proven right again. It's our own government's assessments, for heaven's sakes.
And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway, and I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space, and he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran, very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that.
That's why the head of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, quit this week, trying to get Trump to pay attention and change course. Instead, they've been attacking him as a traitor and saying he's a leaker with no evidence.
I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me on that. So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for Congress, pretty badly and tough, and who was devastated, and I know that he lost his wife. So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job.
Classified information, and the investigation predates his departure.
These opening remarks with one other fake news, and that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good for America, and may I add, I think what is also good for future generations.
All the anti-Semites to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day.
It's the Israel lobby that has the main muscle be pushing this. It's a foreign government. It's illegal as hell. I don't care if it's China, the UK, the EU involved in our politics, and they are too, and it's wrong. We're standing up against that. We're standing up against what Israel's doing. It's wrong, folks. It's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and it's treasonous.
We are entering the second hour of the American Journal, the powerful morning broadcast of patriots, Americans, and champions in every field. Tim Tompkins about to deliver the deep dive.
Yeah, this has become a regular now. If you guys have been tuning in since the day one, this is what we do on the gray area. We do these things called the deep dive. If you're a new listener, I'm just going to break it down for you really quickly.
Lay it on them.
Deep dive is just something where we take a specific topic, something that's happening in the news, something that's happening in the headlines, and we go past the headline itself. We go a little bit deeper. We go through the history, go through the context. We need to understand why you need to know what everything happens with that situation. That way you have information to arm yourself, because that's information is everything.
Talking causality. Most people don't talk causality. We do that here on the show.
Yes, we do. So what we're going to be talking about today is Cuba. Everybody has seen what's been happening with Cuba, but it's kind of one of those things that has taken the passenger seat to the Israel-Iran conflict, but it is something that is...
They're trying to sneak it in.
Mm-hmm. So if you've seen the news, you probably think, okay, well, the blackouts that you're seeing in Cuba right now, they're about old power, but that's not really the whole story. So we're seeing in March, Cuba's entire national grid has collapsed, not once, multiple times in a single month, but at one point, a third of the country's power generation went offline all at once. And the infrastructure is old, but that's not what's changed. So Cuba's grid has actually been fragile for years. What's changed is the fuel supply that has been running just got cut off. So Cuba burns about 3.5 million barrels of fuel per month, which is a lot. And the domestic production covers maybe 25 to 40% of that. Now, the rest came from outside. When it came from Venezuela and Mexico specifically, those were the two main suppliers.
We took one of those out, didn't we? And the oil's not coming from there anymore.
The great Maduro escape, right?
And that was one of our reasons, one of the many reasons we did the Venezuela operation, is it hurt so many of our various, enemies or non-allied countries around the world.
Mm-hmm. That was the bigger play there, and now their outside supply is gone. So the grid is not collapsing because it's just older, which is one of the main causes, but it is because of the oil. Can we go ahead and play video 3 there about the Cuba news reporting? And we can kind of see on the ground what it looks like, because I was shocked when I watched this video.
It's a different world over there. It really is.
Let's go ahead and roll the clip.
I'm in Old Havana. You can see people are strolling around. It's a Saturday night here. They're spending the evening here with their friends as though nothing has happened, but we're actually in the middle of yet another nationwide blackout. It's completely dark out here, except for a couple of lights from hotels that have generators. This is the second time in less than a week that the power has gone out all over the country. The government says that it's trying to get it back on again. Nobody knows how long that will take. So that means most of these people will spend the night in the darkness. Thank goodness it's not in the middle of summer yet. It's not so hot, so they might be able to sleep in their apartments. But people are fed up with this. It means that they can't get water. The water pipes don't work. It means that their food begins to rot in their refrigerators. It's happening more and more. And one of the reasons, of course, is not just because the power system in this country, which runs on oil, is decrepit, it's old, it needs repairs, but also because President Donald Trump has imposed a total fuel blockade around Cuba, hoping that it will collapse, bringing it at least to the brink of collapse. But
yeah, so
to the brink.
To the brink.
I mean, when a third of the power grid goes off, I mean, the babies in the NICU, they die. You know, so like we talked about it here.
They're redirecting the energy to essential things. Like Havana is one of the first places that gets turned on first because it's the capital. But the hospitals, all of those different things, they do have backup power, like generators and those types of things, and they're prioritizing the oil for these essential aspects.
So we put these people in like a Walking Dead survival scenario.
Now Mexico is trying to help, or they were trying to help. Let me clarify this. So you know, everyone knows that the U.S. has had sanctions on Cuba for decades, but here's the part that most people miss. The pressure now extends to these third countries. So in 2024, Mexico was shipping Cuba about 20,000 barrels of crude oil a day per their affiliates. And then Venezuela was the other major source. And we already saw what happened to Venezuela, right? So let's go ahead and play video 4 that's showing Mexico and what happened to them as they were trying to provide oil after Venezuela got taken out of the equation, because Mexico did try to step in here.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and roll that.
Well, turned out to be the beginning of an even more expensive campaign to sever every dollar, every barrel, and every escape route that the regime has left. On the energy front specifically, something that had largely gone unnoticed was that Mexico had overtaken Venezuela as Cuba's largest oil supplier last year. And in the immediate fallout of the operation, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum initially committed to honoring those contracts, not increasing them, but delivering what they had already signed up for, framing the issue as both a sovereign and humanitarian matter. And to her credit, one tanker did arrive in Havana in January. It was still a fraction of what the islands actually needed, though, and even this would not last. On January the 29th, the Trump administration issued Executive Order 14,380, declaring a national emergency, enabling the president to impose tariffs that targeted any country that directly or indirectly sells or provides oil to Cuba. The critical detail is the scope of that treaty. The order authorized additional duties on all imports from offending countries, not just energy products, meaning that for Mexico, continued shipments to Havana risked triggering penalties across the entire USMCA trade relationship almost immediately. Sheinbaum acknowledged shortly thereafter that deliveries were currently halted. She described it as a sovereign decision amid fluctuations, but the timing left little mystery about what really was behind the move.
Okay, so here's the mechanism that we need to pay attention to that came out of that video.
Well, that's fun.
It's that executive order 14,380 that created this tariff threat. So basically any country that ships oil to Cuba directly or indirectly can face those duties like the video was talking about.
Right.
And that makes supplying Cuba and the market excess a question, right? So the U.S. doesn't need to intercept ships anymore. They basically can have this executive order. And I want us to just read a little bit about this executive order here.
You want me to read that middle paragraph?
Yeah, let's read that middle paragraph. Because this is what the president has said. Go from like that section 1 as the president of the United States.
You got it. Okay, this is key. This is a decree from the emperor. We live in the Roman Empire. This is a decree from Emperor Trump. As president of the United States, I have an imperative duty to protect the national security and foreign policy of this country. I find that the policies, practices, and actions of the government of Cuba constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States to the national security and foreign policy of the USA. The government of Cuba has taken extraordinary actions that harm or threaten the U.S. the regime aligns itself with and provides support for numerous hostile countries, transnational terrorist groups, and malign actors adverse to the United States, including the government of the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, the government of Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah. For example, Cuba blatantly hosts dangerous adversaries of the United States, inviting them to base sophisticated military and intelligence capabilities in Cuba that directly threaten the national security of the United States. Cuba hosts Russia's largest overseas signals intelligence facility, which tries to steal sensitive national security information from the U.S. Cuba continues to build deep intelligence and defense coordination with the PRC. Cuba welcomes transnational terrorist groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas, creating a safe environment for those malign groups so that transnational terrorist groups can build economic, cultural, and security ties throughout the region and attempt to destabilize the Western Hemisphere, including the United States. Cuba has long provided defense, intelligence, and security assistance to adversaries in the Western Hemisphere attempting to thwart United States and international sanctions designed to enforce the stability of the region, uphold the rule of law, and safeguard the national security and foreign policy of the United States.
What do you think about that? Let's just break this down before I go to the next section, because
sure. Well, I mean,
you have to kind of have a reason in order to enact an executive order. So this is, I mean, we're seeing it here in all the justifications. I don't know how much merit there is to all of these things. There is some things that Cuba is still aligned with more of that Eastern Russia, China. They are still more aligned with that. But
well,
what do you think?
What this is, it's more imperialism. It's more us saying that, okay, our sanctions, our soft power, that's our actual weapon. We're waging that all the time on everyone. If you don't submit to that and pay the tribute and comply and have
too many fronts. Trump, you acting stupid. I don't know who in your ear, or you been a buster the whole time.
Have a bank in your country that we approve of, a central bank, we're going to sanction the hell out of you. So that's Cuba.
You know, that is Cuba. And I think about this. I don't think Cuba was necessarily an immediate threat. I think they wanted to prevent anything in the future from happening because
they just want it. They just want it for vacation homes and to build new.
This shook and jive nigga.
Trump Plaza, whatever.
Yeah, yes and no. I think the whole point is how close Cuba is. It's a lot of this comes down to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which I will be getting into, and a lot of the history behind that. But it's also just the fact of, you know, we want to cut as many arms and limbs off of Russia and China as possible and make sure that they have no ability to have any influence in our sphere. Like, I mean, the distance between Florida and Cuba is very short, and it comes back down to that Cold War rhetoric where it's like, okay, if there's even a remote possibility that this country can align with somebody else, got to squash it.
And we're not saying that's correct, but that's what our government does. And you're laying it out there. You know, a lot of times people will criticize my dad or come after him for saying something, and like that's just the way it is.
It is just the way
it is.
Now, let's talk about how the Cuba and the U.S. got here, like, because we got to go through this historical stuff.
Sure.
Now, you might be wondering, why does this pressure even exist? So to understand that, we've got to go back to before 1959, where Cuba was run by this guy named Fulgencio Batista, okay? And his government was corrupt, repressive, and heavily tied to American businesses and interests. So the U.S. companies controlled so much of the sugar industries, the utilities, the key infrastructure, and the inequality was severe during that time.
I do believe Rubio's parents are Cuban.
Time period, and political opposition was crushed. So then that brings a whole disabling to the country itself. And you have a lot of people that are unhappy. So that's what created the conditions for a revolution. So you had Fidel Castro, which everybody knows. He led a guerrilla movement that overthrew Batista in 1959, which he framed it as taking Cuba back from dictatorship and foreign domination. Once in power, the revolutionary government nationalized all of America's property and the things that were going to these corporations.
The sugar, the oil, utilities, land.
All of that. And Washington basically retaliated. So Washington retaliated by imposing two things. They did a trade embargo, and the other one is they started to cut diplomatic ties. And then it backfired you know, on the Bay of Pigs during the invasion that they tried to do in 1961 to get Fidel out of there. And then Cuba finally started aligning itself with the Soviet Union. And then that's when the Cuban Missile Crisis happened in 1962. And then that moment is essentially burned within our psychology here in the United States, if you think about it.
Well, like Rubio has been seething about that literally his entire life. And that's why, you know, like we look at the Trump administration, it's so balkanized. Like all these different officials and people that are appointed to be various different secretaries. I mean, Bessent is messing with the economy. He's messing with Russia. Rubio is messing with Venezuela, Mexico, and Cuba, South America. This is going to be really important as a story to track over the years because this isn't something we're just going to leave alone.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a joke. Like, I mean, Russia did park missiles outside of our country, and just, you know, the distance between that and Florida. I mean, we can't tolerate that as the United States.
And ain't that the argument for Russia, Ukraine?
It
like
is.
Literally.
It is.
Literally.
I am not even going to be upset about Russia trying to defend its own backyard because it's the same thing.
It's what we do. It's what we do. And you can say, oh, we're doing it for our evil interests. They're doing it for their evil interests. It's countries.
It is countries.
It's how countries behave at the end of the day.
No, you're right. So, I mean, like, we look at this. Basically, United States said a hostile power with nuclear weapons 90 miles for Florida. Not in my backyard.
No bueno. Yeah.
So the Cold War ended, but the policy never actually fully reset. So this is about making the same thing that it was in 1962. And of course, you've got a lot of people that are in power right now that have lived through that time.
Yeah, tell them niggas then, isn't it? I know my shit.
Period where they understood what was happening during that. And we've got echoes of that.
Sure.
So let's just look at really quickly a map of Cuba and Florida and just look at literally how close these are. I mean, there's been people who've swam across the channel between these two
we got to
regions.
watch Scarface now. You're talking about all this. You know?
Now, the U.S. pressure on Cuba was not just executive policy, but it was built into our system. So we had these acts, and it's called the Helms-Burton Act, and it doesn't just impose sanctions. It lays out a transition framework from post-Castro Cuba, and then it specifies conditions for lifting sanctions. It even addresses the emergency needs during political transition, and the legal architecture for a regime if change already exists. But it's not taking a point, it's setting a statute.
Oh, look, Trump seems to have a fetish for straights, you know? He cares about the Strait of Florida as well, it seems.
Yes. I mean, look how close this is. In Key West, there are people that live out there 103 miles, depending on how far, where you actually put that marker. Some people say it's 93 miles or 95 miles. But the main thing is like Cuba is extremely close to the United States. So this all connects to domestic policy, politics. So Cuban-American political organizations have shaped Cuba policy for decades. Florida is a swing state, and so the Cuba policy carries electoral weight there, and it doesn't carry anywhere else. And
that really matters to the Republicans as well.
It does matter. And so the pressure is structural if you look at it. So it doesn't just reset when the administration changes. That policy and all of those belief systems carry throughout administrations. So let's do this. We need to understand the population collapse and how a lot of Cubans have left Cuba, because it's not an accident. There's a lot of things that have happened. Cuba is severely behind, and a lot of it does come down to the sanctions that we did impose. If you go to Cuba, it looks like you went back in time. They still have a bunch of old cars. The buildings are kind of cracking. Their power grid system, even beyond the oil, it was not.
I mean, look at Iran too, and that's kind of what we do with the sanctions is we throw you back in time.
And it's a policy that we kept in place this entire time. That is the key here. So the history is what is explaining the pressure, but the situation gets more severe. So there is a number that doesn't get enough attention. So independent demographic research estimates that Cuba has lost 24% of its population in 4 years.
Wow.
That's a lot, guys. That level of population loss normally only happens during a war. This is not common. And over 1 million Cubans have reached the U.S. between October of 2021 and mid 2024. So in 2024 alone, the estimates range from 250,000 to 500,000 immigrants. Okay. And some analysts are now putting the remaining population at 8 million and not 10 million anymore.
Yeah, I believe it. You got people that are willing to brave the Darien Gap just to get out of there. Like, if you're a young person, if you're a smart person, what opportunity is there in a place where there literally is no economy? And this is a very smart country. They're very smart people. The Cubans, they export doctors everywhere. They're involved in all sorts of very neat programs. But if you don't have a place where you can do business, you're going to go somewhere you can't, even if you love your country.
You're right. And Cubans are smart. They have a lot of intellectual people. Like I said, each country has its own. And so you're seeing the brain drain. And the worst part is that government of Cuba has not run a census since 2012. So we're not exactly sure of the numbers. So the one plan for 2024, they did try to do a census, but it got postponed. And so the people leaving are not a random sample. Most of those immigrants are working age. Many of them are skilled. And the population that's left is actually much of the older, more dependent ones. So it's not just an economic crisis. It's a collapse that we're seeing happen here.
Sure. And like really doesn't work out for a country. That's real death knell. I mean, look at Japan. Look at their youth to elderly ratio in their population. A country to survive, the children of the country are the future of the country. And if you don't have that, if you have the young people to do the work and do the innovation and really progress and move things forward, it's kind of a death sentence. You're sentenced to death. So you want to get into this a little bit more. Let's do another minute or two. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm feeling a little slow. Need a little pep in my step. Come back to me. What do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? Methylene blue.
Hey, y'all.
Ultramethylene blue.
Y'all fucking me up in the comments. Oh, shit.
From the AlexJonesStore.com.
Look at this. I think this is the coolest thing as it hits the water. Insane.
That is pure power right there. Let me tell you, I'm put 10 milligrams in about.
When we have a lot of callers that call in, even into your father's show or when you did the segment, a lot of them call about methylene blue specifically.
Sure, absolutely. Well, let me tell you what this is. This is a small molecule. You have nitrogen, nitrogen. Then you have the sulfur group, and then you have the chlorine group. The chlorine group makes it a dye. That's why it's got that signature, beautiful, crystalline, sapphiric blue hue. And the sulfur group donates an electron to your mitochondrial process. So what that means in layman's terms, it makes you more efficient at making energy, recycling energy, and dealing with free radicals and stuff like that causes oxidative stress and inflammation over time. So we're going to take this powerful nootropic, we're going to drink it, and I'm going to continue to do the show.
How does it taste? Let the people know, how does it taste?
Delicious. I love it. I was going to try to do the whole thing, but I've been drinking water before, so I couldn't. Now I got it all over my beard. My hair follicles are percolating.
So
right
good,
now.
He got it all over him.
Dude, we love it. Here's the thing. This is the top rate. They know that it is more active. Hey, you want to take sure of the deep.
Who I'm very curious to hear his thoughts specifically on what's going on. Maybe we talk a little bit about Cuba. Maybe we talk a little about Iran. Like, he's one of those guys that keeps up to date all the time. So pleasure for him to join us here coming on the third hour. But we definitely want to hear your calls in the second half here, because I like talking to the people who are listening, right?
Sure.
You get to have a different conversation, different perspectives. And, I'm curious what people think about everything that we've talked about today.
Sure. Well, the thing that's most interesting to me about
they got them incubators and they still got them trains. And on top of that, they got them planes.
DMT is the way he gathers and disseminates all the information that he does, because he's constantly giving really good live updates, really good local news feeds. It becomes a thing where, like, if you're us, you're chronicling this, tracking this every day. There are people like him that have figured out how to build really efficient systems.
Yep.
Right. So I want to help educate the viewers and listeners, people looking for sources, looking for places to go. Where can they find the correct information? Because it is harder to find.
It is harder to find. And I mean, that's what we do here in the show. We're trying to distill down the information for you folks, because information is very hard to find. Something that's not partisan, right?
Right.
Like, you go to Fox, you're going to get a more right-leaning. You go to CNN or MSNBC.
We deal in facts.
Yeah, and it just... They always throw a little spin to it, right? So that's the whole point of this show, what we want to do with the American Journal, what we're doing in our own show on the Gray Area Talks.
Right.
If you could put that up first.
Gray Area Talks.
That is the key here, is information, right? And we're not gonna spin it one way. It's like, I'm presenting you the information. Take it as it is. You can agree with me, you can disagree with me, but go ahead and give us a follow if you're really liking the information here, guys.
Powerful information. Gray Area Talks, American Journal, a match made in heaven, I think. We'll see you right again here after the break.
we are in the middle of a deep dive here. We got to continue talking about this Cuban crisis because at the end of the day, this is something that really is important because it's
short and long term.
Short and long term. So let's pick up right where we started. Let's talk about specifically Cuba and what the Cubans want. Now, I'm not Cuban. This is what I have tried to research and understand. I know these issues are much more complicated, but I try to distill it down in a way because there's multiple sides on what people agree on and what they disagree. So the split, this is what most coverage is ignoring. So you've got older exiles, the people who left during the 60s.
A bunch of munchie cheese. Remember the munchie cheese? They running around wild in this motherfucker.
They often support maximum pressure. So they want some
regime change.
Yeah, they want property claims from the nationalization that was happening during that time period. They even support cutting off some of the remittances entirely. But the newer immigrants are a little bit different. Those are the million plus who left after 2021.
Right.
They still have parents, siblings, children on the island, and many of them still send money back home to keep them alive.
I really quick, I want to make this statement. We forgot to do this at the top of the hour. We're going to continue on with the deep dive. If you want to call into the show, we're going to take a few calls here after we get done with this little portion. Call 1-877-789-2539. That's 1-877-789-2539. We'll punch the phone number up there really quick. Continue.
No, we would love to hear from you guys. Maybe you think about, tell us what you think about the deep dives, anything you guys want to talk about specifically. So let's get back to it. So we talked about this, the new money people, the people who left in 2021. Again, I said they want to send money back home and allow their people to still flourish.
Right.
And so, you know, they may want political change, but not at the cost of saving their relatives or affecting them at the end of the day. So, you know, people are still inside Cuba. They're a little harder to pull because, and many focus on basics like food, power, medicine, and some want reform and some people want out. And then some people.
I'm sending you a hug, Nanya.
People still support the system. So there's no single Cuban position, and that divide is part of the reason why this crisis has no
Rex
resolution. And you know, Rubio is Cuban himself, right? So
yes,
he's one of those people that has not forgot about Cuba and has his own perspectives. Like he wants a specific change to happen there.
To me, it's similar to the domestic Iranians who are, I guess, foreign Iranians that live out of the country and like the Iranian diaspora
like
or whatever, or like the Cuban diaspora. It's people that want to go back and they want to be a part of the old regime. They want the old regime that was backed by America, Batista, to return.
Honestly, before I get into this next section, like I'm thinking about it critically here, and you know, there's only one scenario I see playing out. Like, I want the Cubans to have a more modern society where everything is nice, new. They don't have decrepit, you know, building. And not to say, you know, they're not educated. They're very educated. I think we should come in and offer the opportunity for them to come into the system where they mutually benefit. But at the same time, we don't let them lose their culture. We don't want to just make everyone Americanized.
How about we just remove the sanctions? I know that'll never happen. I know people laugh at me when I say that, but like, why can't we just stop hurting them?
I don't think we remove the sanctions until they actually are aligned more with the West and not dealing with Russia and China.
I hate our mafia, man.
But
it's real. I know.
You and I don't always agree, and this is the one thing that I support fully. Is I would rather have Cuba being 90 miles away from Florida, being aligned with the United States, over being aligned with Russia or China and having some sort of like espionage that they can do out of there or some type of tactics. Dude, since the beginning of time, things have not been fair. I mean, there's always one empire that's at the top, whether you look at the Romans, whether you look at the Ottoman Empire, whether you look at the Persians, there's always been a top dog. Like that never has not existed. So it just so happens that America's in that position, and I would rather us still protect our own backyard. And if that means that we allow the Cubans to remain and control their own sovereignty and also helping them get the technology advancement while also cooperating, then I'm for that, you know?
I disagree, but I think that's a logical argument. The argument that I hear you make there that a lot of people make is like, well, like empires exist. This is the reality of the rise and fall of global powers as they tend to exist. And if we're not going to do it, someone else is. If we don't secure that area, if we don't control it, if we don't make sure that there aren't any other players in it, bad things could happen to us. And I understand that argument. That argument's reasonable. However, I would say that America was in a position and may still be in a position to really affect change in the global order that creates a evolution from that paradigm, from that empire paradigm. And whether that's on accident or on purpose, I think multipolarity is coming, but our own backyard is our own backyard. So where I may be hypercritical, super anti-Iran war, super anti all the genocides happening over there, when I look at a conflict over here and I look at the consequences for doing it versus the risk reward ratio, there is a bigger reward for controlling our own backyard versus doing stuff literally thousands of miles overseas, because this isn't thousands of miles overseas.
Gotcha.
I totally disagree with the sanctions. I hate it. I don't think they should exist, but I understand the foreign policy argument that you're making. I don't think it's ridiculous.
Well, and I think we can achieve that while also lifting the sanctions. Like, I want the sanctions lifted as well. I think they should have the ability to have free
Put
trade.
them in there. Put them in there.
They should be able to trade with China. They should be able to trade with Russia. But again,
a good relationship with the U.S. is best for their people.
Exactly.
100%.
It is.
You can't argue with that. As much as you'd like to talk morality, it's like we say, it's empire exists.
Yes.
So, yeah, good points.
Now, I want to talk about specifically the oil crisis again, because we got to look at what happens after a year. We're on month 3 right now, and I've got a lot of things that I put together here on a visual, but Cuba doesn't publish reserve data, but its direction is pretty estimable. So we're looking at when the fuel runs short, the government does these things. The grid goes first, hospitals second. You got the water pumping third, you've got food logistics fourth, and security fifth, and then everything else gets cut. That's kind of the list of prioritization when you look at it. So let's go ahead and let's go to my screen share here, because I want to show people a scenario, what happens if the import of oil does not resume. And I'm going to show you guys this here. This is something that we made here on the gray area.
Very cool stuff we got going on newsletter. What's that URL real quick?
Yeah, so I'm really liking this. I mean, they can find us. They can find our link in the bio on our X account. But basically, this is something for our own use. We got phase 1, which is pretty serious. We're talking months 1 to 2, and the blackouts get worse and they last longer. You've got the fuel that is being redirected to the hospitals, the food, the water, the state. Public transportation gets cut back. You've got food shortage.
You know they released all them damn mosquitoes. So, you know. You never be too careful.
And spoilages start to rise, and small business start to reduce their hours or shut off and on, and the daily life is working, but it's clearly slipping. So that's what month 1 and 2 looks like, but it's pretty serious. Now we're here at phase 2, which is month 3 to 4, and this is where we start getting severe and what we're starting to see within the actual news cycle, right? So the crisis stops looking temporary. Major grid failures become more likely. You've got private transport gets hit hard. You've got food shortages starting to get worse. You've got water that becomes less reliable. You've got hospitals and backup systems that become more under strain. And then more of the country starts falling behind in these priorities. And then if we keep going this way, we're getting into the critical phase here, folks. Okay, so this is the breaking point, and the economy is going to start to halt that society relies on for these folks. And if Cuba runs, this is where Cuba starts running out of breathing room. You got fuel reserves that are basically exhausted or completely exhausted. You've got transportation becomes essential only. You've got the shortages returning severely. I mean, they're at a high risk of total collapse at this point. And then there is a possibility we do get into a month 7 to potentially out to an entire year. And now the Cubans are going to be in survival mode. And this is something that people need to pay attention to, because if this spans half a year to a year.
Yeah, what you mean hissing? Hissing? None of them bugs hiss. Not a centipede, a millipede, none of that shit. No. Unless you got some exotic African bug over there hissing, biting and hissing at you. If you following them Africans,
You're talking about Cuba is in absolute survival mode. You're talking about a new harsh reality where, you know, a lot of the norms that people have been doing in their day-to-day lives, those no longer exist. You're talking about permanent blackouts. You're talking about broken daily life. You're talking about high civil unrest. And this is going to create a mass emigration situation where you're going to see a lot of Cubans leaving because they have no choice. But at that point, it becomes, does the United States take those people in if we are the ones causing this? That is the bigger question here.
Well, I'm sure we'll have to. You know, that'll be the argument that's made by probably the Democrats when they'll be in power, and that'll be another victory for MAGA.
How long do you see this going on for?
Which conflict?
I'm talking about the fuel shortage. How long do you think we're going to keep this blockade up? Because we're at
as long as until they submit, and then they'll be lifted, like you say. I think.
Wait a minute. What do you mean until they? Y'all, what? We lifted. We don't have that shit blocked. They had that shit blocked. What are you talking about, Rex?
That's just the reality.
You goofy son of a bitch.
Of the conflict in which we're embarked. Let's go to some callers here. This is going to be rapid fire. We're going to do it real quick because we got DMT coming up. Let's go to Sean in New York. How are you doing, Sean?
Nigga, please.
Nice, dude.
Nigga, please.
Hey, Tim, do me a favor. Just give me one time. Did I do that?
Did I do that?
Here we go, yo.
Yeah.
So,
how we doing, Sean?
My feelings on Rex is the first time I'm talking to you, and I'm so happy to have you on the phone. And Tim, I've also watched your show. The Gray Area is very good. I want to know, what do you guys think is going to be the end game? Are we going to have a civil war in America? And if so, where do we believe it's going to spark off? During the summer of love again, 2.0, or how are we looking here?
Here, let me answer that real quick before Rex steps in.
Sure.
I don't think there's a civil war.
I was finna say, how big is the motherfucker? Sheesh.
I think the situation's a lot different than what we experienced in the 1800s, just purely because we have no longer had separation of like state and federal. Like federal is just completely taking over the entire system. And at the same time, Americans are just stable enough to where there's no reason to like do an all-out revolt. And also they have ways to inject money into the system to kind of quell that before.
I'll get into it here. That doesn't last forever though. And what you're really going to see, less than like a formal battle where there's like,
ain't none yet. That was a little Bill Gates, little robot. Bill Gates programmed your DNA in, and he found you, seeked you out and found they dropped it on top of your house and shit. And it came and bit you.
Like lines drawn.
Now you got the vid.
And it's like that. What it's going to be is it's going to be balkanization. There are going to be conflicts between states that get just too extreme over time. There's going to be debt issues. And really, there's going to be economic collapse. And when people can't eat, it doesn't matter what the government does. So ultimately, you're going to see people demand change into the 2030s. And that'll probably look somewhat violent. We reject that. But I do think it's
hell no.
Fellas, I've been thinking.
Hell no. Hey, I'm good.
About this food shortage more and more. I mean, we just had the worst winter of all time.
Right.
And basically, I don't know if you know that the Farmer's Almanac was just bought and put out of business. So somebody took it over and put it out of business. Now, why do you think they did that? Well, one of my reasons is, well, what I think it is that the Farmer's Almanac was known for creating natural occurrence predictions. Now, since we no longer have natural occurring, agricultural, weather, I don't believe that the people who bought it had a good intentions. I feel it was more nefarious to put it out of business. And if you track back, you could see all the years that the crops in the oranges was too cold for a month, and it set back the price of oranges and orange juice. I don't remember that, but it was like maybe 15, 18 years ago. And so, yeah, I believe just like in trading places that pork rinds are on the rise.
Yeah. Well, anything closing you want to say? Thank you so much for your call, and the support means everything to us, man.
I want to say,
hell yeah. 1776. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much for the call. Let's get Ben in Indiana. Ben, what's on your mind?
Hello. Sorry, I'm working at the same time. I just wanted to
1970
call
slaps
and
upside
say,
your fucking head.
You guys are a great addition, Rex. I've always thought very highly of you, and your father was a part of my spiritual awakening back in 2021 when I first started, listening to you guys. And I love the whole team, and I really agree with your guys' constructive criticism of the whole point of view. And I just like you said with the last caller with the Civil War, I definitely think that it's they're trying to mitigate it with this geoengineering of like the Midwest, to where we can't, like, I'm in construction and I can't have a consistent work week because of this constant, we got tornadoes coming and everything. I think they're trying to keep the people that would do the overthrow of a government, of a tyrannical government, by doing this mass geoengineering of the West.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evidence for that. I mean, here's the thing. We'll do a chemtrail deep dive. Maybe me and Tim disagree on this. I don't know. But there is weather modification. There are all these things going on. And with the shortages and just there's too many events that we as the citizenry do not control. Got anything else you want to close with?
Just thank you guys for all you do, and God bless you guys.
I don't want to hear your damn phone calls. I want to hear some of this juice. Let me hear some of this juice.
I said, flow like a boat, like a boat. Truck banging full shot. Back in the coop, y'all, I'm dipping again. Yeah, it feels good to be up in the wind. Got the punch in the tank, so you know we gassing. Blasting off to the zone, where it's only cracking. Candy in my eyes, candy in my ears, candy all around. Yeah, got my dimes and gun, we having some fun. Give a fuck about the cops, you know we don't run. Yeah. Floating like a boat, like a boat. Drunk banging, full show. It was a smooth, long getaway.
There we go. Yeah, we sounding like we supposed to sound now.
I said, floating like a boat.
A little bit more volume on my voice.
Drunk banging, full show. It was a smooth,
time to
long
channel.
getaway.
Tall cuz in the building. Hit it, Willie Tall. Floating like a boat. Join me on the side of set. Fuck Milton Bradley. I'm heard a while and there's no monopoly. Big mama said, follow Kundalini Saya. You follow Baphomet, I turn you goats into lamb chops. Yeah, I finished 1,000 push-ups. I'm a pit bull, my bite got him shook up. Touch it, you buy it. You can see it when they look up. He made the wrong move, so I reached the pit of death before. Dishonor on the proud of my American Indian. Salute to all my Nagas, the black hand usurped us. With native imposters, I honor my ancestors by desecrating their forefathers. Wow, waking up can be the scariest. The black face behind the white mask nefarious. You better take it serious. Come on in. Welcome to the age of Aquarius. Let's get it. Yeah.
Floating like a boat, like a boat. Drunk banging, full show. It was a smooth, long getaway. They couldn't catch me on any day. I said, floating like a boat, like a boat. Drunk banging, full show. It was a smooth, long getaway. They couldn't catch me on any day. Yeah, give me my money. No time for no games, really will hit you. Seen that shit when I was Cinco. Some shit that would turn you into a killer. Illa. Call my gorillas, it's time to get busy. No love for the ones that be acting real shitty. Standing on 10 in the city that's gritty. Floating like a boat. Drunk banging, full show. It was a smooth, long getaway. They couldn't catch me on any day. I said, floating like a boat. Drunk banging, full show. It was a smooth, long getaway. They couldn't catch me on any day. Floating like a boat. Drunk banging,
Yeah, that's
full
true.
show. It was a smooth, long getaway. They couldn't catch me on any day. I said, floating like a boat, like a boat. Trunk banging for show. It was a smooth, long getaway. They couldn't catch me on any day.
Yeah, I like that shit, Juice. You talking about the little dudes, the two cats I was playing? Yeah, Rex is Alex's son. The bald headed dude that talks just like is just as much as his daddy do, and be cutting people off like his daddy doing shit. Yeah, that shit hard. Him and that was Juice and what's his name? William Best. You got another one on here I like. Hold on.
Riding through the city like the tires on silk. Turf fumes heavy, got the cabin on tilt. Frequency shift when I hop in the whip. Whole vibe change when I lock in the drift. Low profile, but the aura on.
Oh shit, hold on. Is it this one?
I was low. Now riding through the city like the tires on silk. Turf fumes heavy, got the cabin on tilt. Frequency shift when I hop in the whip. Whole vibe change when I lock in the drift. Low profile, but the aura on loud. Silent when I move, but it draw a whole crowd. Calculated steps, never walk in the rush. Speak little words, let the motion say much. Tank full of gas, that Afghani strong. Mind on the wave, I've been surfing too long. Zone locked in, I don't break that code. Energy clean when I glide that road. Respect come natural, calm in the face. But if you get reckless, we adjusting the pace. Smooth but precise, never sloppy with moves. Slide like a whisper, but I land like proof. Space coupe chrome when the sun hit the frame. Frequency master, but I'm tuning the flame. Terpene octane, got the brain on cruise. 85 glide, never rush my moves. Sail through the static, I don't deal with the noise. Real ones around me, no counterfeit boys. Uncle, brother code, loyalty first. If the vibe feel off, we reverse that curse. High, low profile, ghost in the lane. You see me one time, then I fade like rain. Smooth, collected, pressure don't stick. If you trip too loud, you get checked real quick. Glide in alignment, time and divine. Spine of a lion, fire in mind. Silent but vibrant, sirens go quiet. Silent through the night, Orion outline. Terpene turbine, burned in a tide. Currents I ride, pride set aside. Earned in silence, furnace inside. Word is a weapon, volume don't rise. Chromed up cosmos, motion is ghost. Low in the lane, glow when I coast. Cold of the elders, breath stay measured. Step with the presence, depth of a ledger. Sacred geometry, etched in a dash. Pressure compress, never collapse. Centered in chaos, balance the axis. Gravity bend when I step in my path, slight shift. Space Coast dip it without seatbelt on. You know how we do. Yeah.
I thought Juice was out west. Yeah. Oh, Southern Cali? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I could tell by his music. Then quit screaming and quit whining. It won't hurt worse then. How about that? Oops.
Not hatred of Jewish people simply because we're criticizing a foreign country. We have every right to do that. So Americans better rise up and protect their First Amendment rights.
Well, my big concern, we've seen Serene,
Ultimately,
mother devoted Catholic, and as a fearless advocate for faith, traditional marriage, and parental rights. And she got a long bio with Miss California, famously chose conviction and didn't compromise with the lefts. Obviously, all the things that happened to her getting targeted and all the backlash.
Sound like, kind of look like one too.
She's also an author and more. This defining moment of standing for her beliefs fueled her life's work as an author, most notably still standing as a community activist. And of course, she was brought in and served on the Religious Liberty Commission.
None you got bit by the average man.
Which they've been trying to kick her off of. We'll get an update from her on that. She's a pro-life warrior. She's currently producing a film documenting the stories of nurses terminated in their religious refusals during COVID-19. You can find and a lot more. She and her husband, former NFL quarterback Kyle Bowler, are raising their 2 children dedicated to passing on the values of truth and courage in increasingly hostile culture. You can find her on Carrie Bragine Bowler on X and Carrie Bragine 1 on X as well, or on Instagram. And of course, really needs no introduction. We're going to get into her Catholic award. She just received attacks from the ultra-Zionist Religious Freedom in America, the anti-Semite trope. And has she heard from President Trump? And also, we now have the talking point that Joe Kent, the former head of the National Counterterrorism Center, number 2 underneath all the intelligence agencies under Tulsi Gabbard, is a coward, is a traitor, is leading a neo-Nazi movement to overthrow the government, when really it's Israel controlling our foreign policy now and trying to control our domestic policy. I just played a bunch of clips of that last hour. So this is just wild. Everybody knows I'm not a big anti-Israel guy. I'm certainly not pro-Islam. But I mean, Israel really is becoming the trope.
Yes, Alex, I know who controls you. Don't need to say it.
Becoming the cliche of Israel trying to run the U.S. and bragging about it. I played Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, saying basically we need to kill people like we did with pagers in the U.S. that don't agree with this war. And subsequently, though, Israel didn't start the war, even though Israel did strike first and bragged about it. So, Carrie Bragine Bowler, thank you so much for joining us. I want to just try to give you the floor to start wherever you'd like. I can also start with a clip of, what got them trying to kick you off the president's commission on religious freedom and all the targeting of free speech that happened there. And of course,
let me look at that neck. I want to see the collarbones. Shape of that face a little. Let me stop getting caught up on the messenger and peep the message. Damn it.
There it is, now becoming an epicenter of the censorship. We've seen some incredible censorship by the left, but now the neocons and the Israel First lobby, they're really trying to bring it in through the Trump administration. Very, very dangerous. So I salute you for standing up. Sorry about the long intro, but it's great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me, Alex. I really appreciate it.
Where do you want to start? There's so many places.
I mean, we can start with what got me on this religious liberty.
That chin, though, damn, that voice a little weird too. You wasn't lying. She sound like a man. Look, I mean, she sound like something. Neck a little weird at that square ass chin, jawbone. Oh, dude, cut it out.
Commission in the first place. I think that's very important that people understand the backstory, the almost 20-year relationship that I've had with this president. I was Miss California in 2009. I stood up for traditional marriage at the Miss USA pageant, and he really respected me for it. And we became dear friends. Fast forward almost 20 years later, and he appointed me to this Religious Liberty Commission. I had just gotten confirmed as a Catholic, a new Catholic. And I got a call from the White House, and it was one of the most amazing days of my life, knowing that I would be protecting religious freedom ironic enough to find out that my religious freedom would then be denied while serving on a religious liberty commission to protect your religious freedom and every listener that's listening right now. It's a sad day in America, and I'm speaking out because I feel the need to defend myself.
I mean, I've seen you in a lot of really powerful interviews. You go through so many amazing points. I've learned a lot from you. But the last time was about a week and a half ago, was the last clip I saw. What is the update? Because I know they were trying to kick you off, but you wanted to make sure you didn't want to just give up just because they said on the commission you had to go. And so you weren't sure then. Are you on the commission or are you off the commission?
So the way the commission is established, it's by executive order by President Trump. So he establishes this commission. There's 12 of us serving on this commission. And he is the only one that has the power to remove someone. And so when a fellow commissioner like Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick out of Texas decided the day after the hearing to publicly remove me, I punched back and I said, you have no authority to remove me. The only person that has this authority under this executive order is the president himself. So the backstory to that is I was called by the White House back in August asking me for my resignation. So I had been posting about Israel, criticism of Israel, obviously my tremendous support for the Palestinians in Gaza, the grave injustice that I was witnessing. I was posting Pope Leo's comments, obviously very in alignment with my Catholic faith and what the Catholic Church teaches in regards to protecting innocent human life. And so I got a call back in August asking me to resign, and I refused to resign. Fast forward, I got a call from Dan Patrick and Paula White, who serve on the commission, and they told me that I was to remain on this commission, but I had to stop posting online, that my posts were offensive to people, that they were considered anti-Semitic, and that my theological perspectives run afoul to the president and to Paula White and other commissioners. So I think personally this commission was illegitimate from the very beginning. They wanted it very one-sided. They did not want a diverse commission. Obviously, as soon as we started talking about hot topics like anti-Semitism, I wanted to ask, what is the definition of anti-Semitism? We cannot have this hearing if we don't define the terms. If anti-Semitism is just simply being a Christian, I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. And so I think that this is a bigger conversation that we must have, because everyone is being labeled a Jew hater simply for just standing by their beliefs and for me, my Catholic.
No, I ain't gonna be able to make that. That's the opening game to my baseball season weekend. I ain't missing that. Nope.
Faith.
Have you seen the latest one? There's a bunch of these. It's definitely a talking point. The quote is, Joe Kent is leading a modern neo-Nazi coup to overthrow government and must be stopped. Alan Dershowitz, Bongino, Mark Levin, this is all over the news. They're saying Joe Kent is leading a neo-Nazi coup when out in the open, Israel's trying to take over control of the U.S. I mean, so what they're doing.
Her name is Carrie Bowler or something like that.
They're trying to say he's doing all because his job was to give Trump an intelligence assessment, and he did that, saying they'll block the Strait of Hormuz. 90% chance you don't kick the mullahs out. It's a giant failure. Don't do it. The Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman told him this, and that's been known. And then we're Nazis because we told the president the truth.
I am so proud of this courageous man. I was just with him last week, as you showed the photo. I was with Candace Owens and Joe Kent, and I thanked him for his courage, because you know what, Alex? Courage is contagious, and we're seeing more and more people stand up, speak out, and thank God for his resignation, because he couldn't sit by and allow this to happen. So I'm calling on Tulsi Gabbard right now. I want your resignation. The American people are demanding you resign. Do the right thing, not only for your future in politics, but just for morality. Where is your courage right now, Tulsi Gabbard? And so, yeah, the attacks on Joe Kent are disgusting, and it's really a shame. But I think the American people are waking up, and they're seeing that this is an attempt to try to silence anybody that dares to speak out against this regime. And that's exactly what it is. This is a Israel-controlled regime here in the United States.
Well, I mean, certainly the Israel lobby is not stupid. By coming out and Greenblatt, head of the ADL, saying we need to use exploding pager tactics on the 8th front in America. We need to crush, we need to shut everybody down. Having all these other neocons saying the same thing, ban free speech, local government legislatures saying any criticism of Israel or anything Israel does, we want to put you in jail. Sheriffs on TV saying if you make a meme of me with a Star of David, I'm gonna. They're arresting people. And I mean, I look at this and I'm like, that's a Streisand effect. I mean, people have a right to do that, and when you put them in jail for it, it literally makes you the villain. They've got to know they're trying to start a giant fight, and they wonder where all this, quote, concern about Israel's coming from. Well, I mean, my God, Israel has become an elephant in the room here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I never thought in a million years that I would serve on a religious liberty commission, and as soon as I talk about a foreign country that I have no interest in at all, I have no allegiance to at all, this is a foreign government, and as soon as I mention their name, all of a sudden I'm removed from this commission simply because I'm not a Zionist. And I asked the people on that commission who were testifying that day, I said, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism? I want to be very clear on the terms here, which I have every right to do as a commissioner. I want to define the terms. I'm not just going to go along with this if they're claiming that if I say the Jews killed Jesus, that's considered hate speech. I have a big problem with that because that is a historic fact. That is a fact of history. And so if we're now deeming certain parts of the New Testament as hate speech, every Christian should be upset about that. Every American should be upset about that. And I want to know, where is this going to lead? The new IHRA definition on anti-Semitism, you can go and read it. I mean, this is dangerous. This is dangerous for free speech. So what's going to happen? Are they going to start arresting people? We're going to start putting people in jail, taking away their First Amendment rights simply because we say something to criticize Israel or the Jewish people? We're not allowed. Is that a sin to criticize the Jewish people? I would really like to know. Is that considered hateful because I'm criticizing a foreign government that is committing a genocide in Gaza and I have a duty as a Christian to speak out against that? This is insane, and we must be pushing back against this.
Did you ever hear from President Trump?
No, I never heard from him. I was told that from someone who did speak to him that he was getting tremendous pressure, that he did not want to remove me. And I think that's why he, sent it to a little White House aide to send me an email. After all, the president has never been bashful about firing people. I know that he does respect me. That's why he had me on this commission, because he knows that I do stand for what's right, no matter the consequences. Obviously, standing up for traditional marriage in 2009, not winning the Miss USA title because of it. I would rather stand on my biblical principles and my Catholic faith than sit alongside these cowards on this commission who didn't even have the courage to defend me, didn't even have the courage to defend a young 38-year-old mother on this commission who dared to speak truth to power. That's what this is about. I dared to speak truth to those people sitting there claiming that a political ideology is somehow hatred of Jewish people. I reject it, and every single person should too.
Well, again, I go back to the Streisand effect. I have dozens of clips.
Hey, this how it be though, for real. Motherfucker, you tell stories about bugs or something. You see them shit like, man, I don't know, swear something. That's why I ain't even zoning in on it, because I get to doing that shit too. Nope.
But I already played some before you got here. With governors and legislators and sheriffs saying, you criticize Jews, we're going to arrest you. Now, they don't tell you when you dig in that they'll find if you have a warrant or they'll get you for something else, but they go and arrest you for putting a Star of David on the sheriff. You're a public figure, sheriff. So what if somebody does that? Move on. I get criticized all day long. And again, I literally am not an enemy of Israel. If I wanted to end up making the world turn against Israel and attack Israel, I would be doing everything that Israel's doing. I mean, Israel's not dumb, and there's powerful forces over there that know that there's a lot of rich, powerful Jews around the world, and if they can stir up all this stuff by Israel doing bad things, that their political class will get even more power out of it. This is very cynical. This is very sick. The globalists, the big banks, BlackRock, wanted Trump's recovery killed. They used COVID to do it. They bragged about it. Now they say this war is great because it's derailing Trump's recovery. If the level of inflation we have.
Damn, Alex, you're getting forced to tell it, huh? It's because it's too many people awake to this shit, so you have to admit it, huh? Don't you? For you to
We'll
stay
kill
credible, huh?
his economic plan, and the globalists want that. They want us debt slaves. So this isn't Israel and its lobby that is the main group pushing this globalist agenda right now. This is really an attack on America at the end, and they're literally using Jews as the bait for it. It's very sick.
Yeah, it is. But also, I want to add about the Christian Zionists in this country: Pete Hegseth, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, who say if you don't bless Israel, you will be cursed. Ultimately, is what they're saying. This is a theological discussion that I think is very important. We are occupied in this country not only by a foreign government, but we are also occupied by this Zionist ideology, this dispensational ideology, which has hijacked our nation.
Hey, Nanya, it's not you ain't got to worry about it being in the salad. It already got out the salad and bit you. Shit, you good to go.
So this idea, Alex, I'm sure you know about this. They believe in the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. They think that Israel has there's a dual covenant between the church, Christians and the Jewish people. And so they need the Dome of the Rock torn down. They need us to go to war with the Muslims in order for the rebuilding of the third temple in Jerusalem. And the most anti-Christian thing about it is that they're going to bring in animal sacrifices again, Alex. This is anti-Christianity, and it's time we as Christians speak out and reclaim our faith, because it's been hijacked by Ted Cruz, who say those who bless Bibi Netanyahu's bombs will be blessed. That is insane. That is evil. It is heretical, and we must call out this dispensational heretical theology, because
well, by
that
the way,
is
you're
who's in the
absolutely
White
right.
House.
I mean, I'm not a Catholic, but a lot of the doctrine when it gets into Revelation, all that's basically the same. It's all interpretational, but and the Orthodox Church as well. That I've sat through so much Sunday school. We went to Baptist church, evangelical church, Methodist, went to grandma's church. I was in church at least 3 days a week till I was about 14. And I still go to church some. Half the time I know more than the preacher's, not bragging, but I've forgotten more than a lot of people know. The whole Old Testament and New Testament is about when Israel's doing what God wants, it's blessed, but then God curses them and says you're going to be put into slavery for this. And most, the Jewish kings are being cursed by God. They're bad. People shouldn't be following them. Solomon went off the rails. It's just like all the groups, act here. And it's all a morality tale, a true story about how to behave and how to act. Jesus said, before this generation is gone, right before they crucified him, not one stone will be sitting on top of your second temple.
Yes.
Now, the point is that you got a whole sects of conservative Jews that actually follow the Torah that say, no, we're not supposed to have a country until the Messiah comes.
Exile. We're in exile. Yeah.
So I'm sure the whole history. This thing about is only about 150 years old. Yes. The Schofield Bible and all this is completely made up, folks. It has nothing to do with the Bible, but people believe worshiping whoever's in power in Israel. Well, wait a minute. It says at some point the Antichrist is in power then. And you've got all these rabbis saying we're going to force the return of the Messiah. And when this Messiah shows up, the Christian Zionists are going to say the Antichrist is Christ.
It's so sad. Meanwhile, Alex, all these children in Gaza are suffering. All these babies are dying. Look what's happening in Lebanon. Look what's happening in Iran. I mean, that girls' school that was bombed. This is literally anti-Christianity. They're claiming, this is blasphemous. I'm just going to say it. This is complete blasphemy. They are saying that they need to go and kill people, kill innocent human life to usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. Blasphemy. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. And we must be speaking out against this. And I'm so proud of these Catholics who are speaking out, because you know what? The Catholic Church has never taught this in 2,000 years. And we have allowed in America this heretical teaching to hijack our country. And our founders did not want one denomination of Christianity to rule the state. And what we are witnessing, you see Pete Hegseth cheering on the third temple being rebuilt. That is disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting.
Absolutely. That's supposed to trigger the return of the Messiah, and the Muslims think it's the end of the world. Well, I grew up here in Texas and family in San Antonio, and I know Hagee and my family lived by him and babysit his kids, all of it. We wonder why the Air Force is the stronghold, but it's the highest percentage of Christian Zionists. That's come out in poll numbers. Well, it's because one of the main training bases is like 5 of them in San Antonio. Hagee forever has been like probably on the payroll of Israel. He teaches, I saw him on TV 8 years ago, I played it several times. He said Jesus was not the Messiah, but a Jewish rebel who deserved to be dealt with. And the Jews did wisely. I mean, he's literally like a little fat Antichrist devil. And you watch his show, it's not even Christianity. It's literal worship of the modern state of Israel and dealing with the Jewish rebel Jesus wisely. They dealt wisely with them. And the so-called Christians are like, yes, kill Jesus, kill Jesus. So you talk about Christian Zionists, he's the worst. He is crazy.
Yeah. He is. And then you look at Paula White. Paula White serves on this commission. She is the president's pastor. She is all the time she's with Bibi Netanyahu. And so when she asked me that I had to get all my posts approved by her, I had reached out to her multiple times and I said, hey, there's a child from Florida, an American citizen that is being detained in Israel. Please, can you call Bibi Netanyahu and can you get him released? No response. Reached out to her again. Hey, Paula White, can you please help these Christian schools in Israel that are being closed because they're not allowing the Palestinian teachers to come in? There she is right there. This is who is around our president. This is who is advising him. This is dangerous.
Let's expand
this
on
is
that.
heretical.
The last churches in the West Bank have been blown up and burned down. Ancient Catholic churches, ancient Orthodox churches that are the oldest in the world have been blown up. Israel's now closed the ruins to them. And when people ask the White House to do something, nothing. So when the settlers, the Jewish settlers, burn up the Christians, that's okay too. And I mean, I'm just like, we're supposed to sit here and take this? I don't want to hate Israel. I don't want to blow up Israel. But I mean, are we supposed to just sit here? What do you think is going on in Israel? Why is Israel going so crazy?
I honestly think that they are the superior human beings to everyone in the world. They've told us over and over again that they are God's chosen people. Therefore, they can go and choose to kill anybody that they want. That is my belief. And I reject that. I completely reject that. And you have people like Paula White who are sitting here saying, oh, I think before anybody goes to heaven, they must go to Israel. Why? Why should I do that, Paula White? You are not even a real pastor. You are a heretic. I don't believe women can be pastors, number one. Number two, you are literally pushing this war. You are wanting more innocent human life to be slaughtered, to usher in the Messiah, to usher in Jesus Christ's second return. And you know the most anti-Semitic thing of what they believe, Alex, is they believe in the end, 2/3 of the Jews are going to be slaughtered.
That looked like another man.
2/3 of the Jews are going to be holocausted. That's what Paula White's theology is. How anti-Semitic is that? They don't care about them. They don't care about the Jewish people. If they did, they'd be trying to convert them right now, but they don't. They think that God has a plan for the Jewish people and for the Christians, and that they're God's chosen people. Therefore, they can choose anybody. They can choose to kill anybody that they want. And I reject that. I absolutely reject that.
Well, I mean, just as crazy as the Iranian Shiites and their third Mahdi 12th mullah crap, they believe causing a war will bring in the end of the world and bring in their Messiah. So it's insane. And then you've got, like you said, all the Christian Zionist funding. They've already built the temple next to the Dome of the Rock mosque where the second Jewish temple is. And they've already killed the Red Heifer. Now they're going to kill more. And they think they're going to force this through. It's just cuckoo town.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And they numbed us. They have numbed us, Alex. We witnessed a complete genocide in Gaza. It's exactly what it is. It was a concentration camp turned into a complete Holocaust. A Holocaust of over 70,000 innocent civilians. And not one person that I've seen close to the president has even spoken out.
She got some big ass teeth. She got some teethifices. Teethifices. That motherfucker's big. Damn.
About it. Why? Because of their allegiance to this foreign country and this heretical theology. This heretical Zionist ideology, which is supremacist. It is racist. It is genocidal. It believes that they can kill anybody that they want because they are God's chosen people, God's chosen nation, and everybody else must be a slave to them. This is what they believe. This is why they're killing everybody and anybody. And this whole Judeo-Christian values, I'm sorry, do not put Christianity on that. That is not my values at all, period. It is disgusting that they want to say that we're built on Judeo-Christian values.
Carrie,
no, we're not.
Carrie, stay right there. Carrie, Praisine Bowler, I want to come back and then play the famous clip of you in the Religious Freedom Commission and then ask you where you think this is all going. So, CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines, food supply, and the water to dumb us down and make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one in his brain, and they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up, go to the UN's own website, they admit it. Over 2 billion people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this house where put in the salt, IQs went up about 20 points on average, 15, 20 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world, has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original X2 back, but even stronger, pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mixed that with ultra methylene blue that is also on record good for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification and the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed the iodine with the methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this.
My bad.
Libido. Also more when she leaves us here. I just wanted to ask her on this Religious Freedom Commission, and this is so classic, and I was going to ask her, but she said it herself before she got there because I didn't know, but it's classic Trump, and I'm not giving him an out. I know a lot because I've been involved heavily for many years. He's overall a great guy and has a lot of great instincts, but he gets bubble wrapped. And then when they wanted her off the commission, he has to do it, so he wouldn't do it. But then they just told her, well, you got to go through us now, and then didn't tell her about the next meeting and just iced her out. That's what they do. And then you have people like Joe Kent, whose job is to give a real report that, hey, they're going to block the strait. They're probably not going to fall. All the other experts told him that basically. Oh, now he's a traitor. He's now evil because he was trying to literally save America and Trump from this disaster that we've been proven right about. I didn't just say this today. I said it before it happened. I said 25 days ago. So speaking to that, and what's next for you? I know that Congressman Massey's put out a letter to one of the committees. What he wants, he'll get to have some hearings about a supposed Religious Freedom Commission to deal with censorship of religious groups, and then now here it becomes a focal point.
Yeah, I think she's still on the commission. They tried to get her to resign, but then they got the White House to write her a letter. No, they tried to get her to resign, and she told them no. Then they went and got the White House to send her a letter asking that she would resign. I think she still said no or some shit like that. I think she's still on the motherfucker.
Censorship. So what's coming next for you?
Yeah, so Thomas Massey wrote this incredible letter, and he sent it to Congress, and he sent it to Chairman Jordan and Chairman Comer. And it was the most amazing, well-articulated letter asking for an oversight hearing, really, because on this commission, there is fACE, which stands for the Federal Advisory Committee Act. So committees like this have oversight and really to prevent something like this happening, where there's bias or there's bullying happening or there's one-sidedness. And so he sent this letter to the oversight hearing or oversight committee asking for a congressional hearing. And so I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with this, because maybe they're going to have to come and testify before this committee and explain how they, were able to just remove me like this. Was it Dan Patrick? Was it, in fact, the president? Was the president being bullied by people?
Ass mouth to house them big ass teeth.
People. Was this
them teethuses? Look at them teethuses.
Really his decision? Because if you look back to August, you would see that they were trying to remove me then for the same reasons that I was removed today, which is because of my religious beliefs, because I do not support Israel. And so it'll be interesting to follow this. And I really think Congressman Massey, and I was able to see him in Washington, D.C. last week when I was given the award. And I told him, I said, don't forget me when you're president one day. So I hope to vote for him for president.
They forcing who to believe what? They don't believe they shit. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying there, Brian.
Yeah, look, for me, it's paradoxical. I don't do lesser two evils arguments in my mind, but if I've got a lifeboat with holes in it, it's better than no lifeboat out in the middle of the ocean. Trump's doing a lot of good stuff on the border, the economy, trying to stop the Russia war, killing the carbon taxes alone is going to save billions of people. So many great things he's done. Hundreds and hundreds, and now to have him suddenly violently start making this turn and saying neocons like Mark Levin is what you must salute or you're not real MAGA. It's just so sad. And so how are you processing this? I mean, I'm just going to support real populist Republicans. I'm going to get people to get out in the midterms even more, but to support, good candidates. Trump isn't running again. So a lot of people are saying, I'm taking my ball and going home. I'm not going to vote. I'm going to let the Democrats win because somehow that'll send a message to Trump to punish him. I don't think he cares. I don't think he knows. What do you think?
It's so sad. This is not, I said the other day on Piers Morgan, I don't even recognize this man. I don't recognize this president. I've known him almost 20 years. I do not recognize him. How is it that he ran?
Didn't a bunch of their top rabbis claim Trump to be their messiah or some shit? Could have swore I seen that somewhere. I think I might have played it too.
On America First. And we are not seeing that right now. He ran on no more foreign wars. And look what we're in right now. We are literally going to war on behalf of Israel. We are sending our sons and daughters to go die for Israel. This is not the president that I voted for. And so I tell people all the time, unfortunately, I believe MAGA is dead. I think that the movement that he created, yes, the people are still here.
Hey, I follow X22 too on Rumble. I was going to play some of their shit.
We want to make America great again, but it's going to be America first, maybe even America only at this point, because we are not seeing the American people taken care of. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene being called a traitor, the woman who stood by President Trump from the very beginning. We're all now all of a sudden not MAGA, and Mark Levin is being called a patriot. Joe Kent is being called weak by the president, but yet Mark Levin is being called a patriot, an American patriot. All the never Trumpers are now by his side. It's disgusting. I'm so disappointed in this president. And I want to see America succeed. But we cannot have a president that cares more about Israel than it does the American people. Period. So moving forward, I don't think anybody should vote for any candidate that takes money from AIPAC. Period.
Well, I totally agree with you. And should we all start going and protesting at Mar-a-Lago? Should we go protest around the White House to try to get him to, because Joe Kent said in his resignation letter last week, as you know, he said, I'm doing this to get Trump to course correct before it's too late.
I know.
And then we have the economic numbers. If this Strait of Hormuz thing even continues another month, it builds in so much inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. I've had the economist on. That kills his recovery plan that we really need. So I'm paradoxically need him to succeed just for all of us. But at the same time, I end up spending so much of my time just criticizing him because I morally need to say, I'm not for being part of this illegal war and certainly not supporting it being run by a foreign government.
Right. And we're seeing now that this war that we are in is on behalf of a theology. It is on behalf of those who bless Israel will be blessed. Therefore, those who do what Israel wants will be blessed. Those who commit a genocide or support that will be blessed. This is heretical, and we have to start talking about it, the theological aspects of it, because that's really what this is. You look at Paula White standing next to Donald Trump. You look at Pete Hegseth, Ted Cruz, who was completely humiliated by Tucker Carlson. Look at Mike Huckabee. They say, oh, they have a right to exist. By what right do they have to exist? By not having the Palestinians a right to exist? Do they have a right to exist? Do the people in Gaza have a right to exist? That's the question I really want answered. Do they have a right to exist?
Carrie,
if they're,
Here's my a few final questions for you, but I totally agree. Regardless, you have Trump declaring 22 days ago that the war was won 3 days in, changing what the war is for, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day, 5 times a day. You have it already starting to kill the recovery. The numbers are coming in. You have the neocons and the media running around saying we're all traitors. Even people that are like, hey, this is bad for the economy, don't do it. The point is that it's not working. So
no, it's not. It's not.
So just from that perspective, because I'm with you from the moral perspective, is why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
But also just from they're not winning, it's not working, and now Trump is sending,
being destroyed.
Now Trump's sending the Army and the Marines for an invasion force. As I told people 2 weeks ago, now it's official. What do you make of? Is America ready for ground troops? Are we ready for? Because the top generals have said for decades, Iran will be worse than Iraq and Afghanistan combined. Your comments on that?
I could just cry. Honestly, I could just cry. I do not recognize this president. Who are you? Who are you, Mr. President? This is not who you were when you ran in 2016. This is not who we voted for. And I'll tell you what, Alex, I will not send my son to go die for Israel. And I encourage everybody else, do not send your sons and daughters to go die for Israel. Do not. This is a disgrace to our country. It's immoral and it's wrong, and it's going to destroy America if we continue this.
And you can see what's happening. And again, Israel has said this. I cannot state this enough. Because I used to hear people that were obsessed with Israel 20 years ago, they'll set up a police state like Palestine here someday, and that's their plan. It's Zog, the Zionist occupational government, and if you slip on a banana peel, it's them, and all the rest of it. None of Israel was heavily involved in foreign policy, one of the biggest lobbies, but they were not this dominant. And now I've got all of these main neocon leaders, new clips today, saying we're facing a Nazi coup. We must shut them down. We must crush them. We must be ready to use exploding pagers on them, the head of the ADL. We must move. This is existential. They're the top rabbis, or it's the end of the world, and our Messiah is about to come. And I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm seeing clips all over governors and legislators. Remember, they were going to have a resolution against what was happening in Gaza for the town just south of Austin. So it's a big city, San Marcos. It was a mild thing in solidarity with the Palestinians. And the governor said, they have a law, we will take any state funds and any state contracts from the city of San Marcos or any other city if you even put out a statement against it. And now 30-something states have passed laws. This is so un-American. And listen, if our own government was doing it, which it is, but for a foreign government's behest, it's treason.
I know. It's treason. It is treason. Thank you for saying that.
Well, here's just one clip, because this is new. I mean, I see like 10 of these a day. Here is a sheriff in Michigan putting up an image, somebody making fun of him and putting a Star of David on him and putting, I guess, Orthodox Jewish hairstyle on him. And here he is, Sheriff Mike Bouchard. And I see this in press conferences every day. They do this in Florida, Texas, everywhere. They act like someone got arrested for their speech, which they haven't been able to do yet. They did it for something else, and then once it came out, they clarified, well, we got them for something else. But they got somebody in another state, Wisconsin, to arrest somebody on some petty charge and said, because you made fun of me. Well, you're a public figure. Grow up. But this, again, this is what they want. Here's a clip.
Yes.
I give you this by way of example. Some pond scum felt empowered and emboldened enough to put this picture of me up to try to threaten and intimidate me, which, of course, he didn't do because I signed up for this. And by the way, the person that did this said a bunch of terrible things.
Regardless, motherfucker, that's freedom of speech, expression.
Just against me, but against a lot of groups and individuals, who, by the way, was arrested today in Wisconsin. My point is this, though. If this
arresting people for their free speech, these motherfuckers got to go.
This person is emboldened and empowered enough or feels safe enough to do this for me, what does he do to a kid? What does he do to a Jewish family walking down the street? And that's because of the normalization of this. Watching this on television and saying, okay, I feel empowered enough that I can do this. Well, A, you can't. And B, if you think you can do it to somebody that's in law enforcement, again, what are you going to do in an alley or in a street to a Jewish family or a kid walking down the street, we say no. We're drawing the line.
So everybody made millions of memes about it. So according to the sheriff, I should be arrested now just showing this meme. Now, this is the final thing, but it's important. I want you to speak to this. I could teach a college course on propaganda and brainwashing just off his little minute-and-a-half clip. And I've seen these clips hundreds of times the last 10 years. And I guarantee you, look it up. This sheriff's been given ADL awards. They come and take control. The ADL back in the day got arrested and indicted, infiltrating police departments and taking them over and stealing the files. But now it's just open. They basically run a lot of these departments. I guarantee you that sheriff was given this story, given this thing, and then puts out, oh, this guy was arrested because allowing this, a stupid little meme, will allow him to go basically kill Jews and plot. And the idea of that is equating making fun of somebody capital murder. Meanwhile, the guy's pro-Israel. They just put a Star of David on him. He's wearing a Star of David as the sheriff's medallion. So if you're so into it, be honored by it. But my point is, he is literally implying it's illegal with an iron curtain of chilling effect, and it's a formula 100%. I'll bet my right arm that was an ADL production. Give me your take on it.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I agree with you. And I think to myself, what's wrong with making fun of someone? Are we to the point in America where you can't even make fun of someone? People have been making fun of me for 20 years since I've been in the political spotlight. You know, it's, oh, my feelings are hurt. Well, guess what? That's not illegal. We're allowed to hurt your feelings, okay? We are witnessing a genocide in Gaza right now. Maybe that's why you're seeing a rise of anti-Semitism, because literally the Israeli government is killing innocent human beings and nobody's speaking out about it. We're all just supposed to act like this is normal. This is not normal.
Well, you keep asking for the definition of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
The modern definition is now defined by Israel, the ADL, as criticizing anything that any major Jewish lobby, organization, or group does and not fully submitting to whatever they tell you to do. And that is now the definition. And if Iran doesn't do what they're told, hey, we negotiate with bombs. Pete Hegseth, the definition of terrorism, we negotiate with bombs. I mean, people have been, type in Alex Jones Jewish meme, because again, the anti-Jew people are just as crazy as some of these groups. They just make up everything and hate it. I mean, I'm not one of those people. So my point is that I've always thought this is funny. But imagine if I got up and said, I want whoever made this arrested because this is going to get Jews killed.
Yeah, no, it's that's why at the hearing I said, this is very dangerous. What this is going to lead to is silencing free speech. This is going to infringe on your freedom of speech. What will happen next, Alex? Are we going to get a knock on our door being arrested because we dared to criticize a Jewish person? I'm an Italian American. People can criticize Italians all they want. That doesn't make them an Italian hater. Why are we associating criticism of a foreign government that's committing genocide with hating Jewish people? This is what they want. They want to equate the two, and they were not ashamed to say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And shame on every commissioner that didn't speak out and say, no, we reject that. That is not hatred of Jewish people simply because we're criticizing a foreign country. We have every right to do that. So Americans better rise up and protect their First Amendment rights.
Well, my big concern is, and we have the FBI out right now saying, oh, Iranian sleeper cells, imminent terror attacks. I got my intel 2 weeks ago that they were indeed worried about sleeper cells. Then they tried to back off and say, oh, no, that's not a real report. Now they're official, whether the Israel lobby stages it or the Iranians really hit or, lone wolves, whatever. We've seen some real stuff, here in Austin and other places. They got mad about the Mullah getting killed, killing people. The point is that is now the climate we've come into. And I said it last time I was on Tucker, like 6-8 months ago, he and I both agreed, you could see this being teed up for attacks on synagogues and things where the real are manufactured to then come in and try to get rid of the First Amendment. And now the major Israel lobbies, the left and right, their lobbies are pushing to literally end free speech and ban people off the internet, take their banking away if they criticize Israel. That is only going to intensify it, which again creates this clash.
Yes. And maybe that's what they want. Maybe that's ultimately what they want, because they love the divide, us versus them, right versus left, red versus blue. Now is the time to unify. We have to unify against this Zionist regime, this Zionist agenda that is literally destroying our country, and it is killing innocent human life across the world. This is only going to continue. And we have a duty to speak out against this. And I want to thank you for for being brave and for speaking out, because we need voices like yours, Alex.
Well, I want to thank you as well. As there's new developments, please join us again.
Hey, Alex was stuck like, fuck yeah. Yeah, Israel, you ain't shit. Damn it, I gotta say it. I gotta say it. I gotta say it. Yeah, we've been talking about them motherfuckers for decades, but you know, it was on their meeting, and old girl said #1 threat or whatever was the black youth. How was that your #1 threat is black youth? I thought it was Iran and all the Muslims in the land you usurp. Right. Your guy Epstein was doing children bad. This shit is crazy. Let's see. So you saying Iran put this video out? Statue of Liberty bomb. Iran drops shock missile attack video. Vows revenge in AI clip. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, you don't remember the beef jerky in the freezer? Who puts beef jerky in the freezer? Or jerky, period. I think the process of making jerky is to make it where you don't have to put it in the freezer or chill it or preserve it in any kind of way. Keep it sealed. That's about it.
A chilling new AI-generated video has surfaced online, reportedly released by Iranian media, showing the bombing of the iconic Statue of Liberty. Titled "One Vengeance for All," the clip has quickly gone viral across social media platforms, triggering strong reactions worldwide amid ongoing escalation between Iran and the United States. The video opens with haunting visuals of indigenous lands in North America before shifting to the ruins of Hiroshima. A young child stands amid devastation, evoking the deadly consequences of the U.S. nuclear attack during World War II. The montage moves seamlessly from one conflict to another, tracing the human cost of American military involvement in Vietnam, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Gaza. In each scene, the subjects look up to the sky as if anticipating the next act of retaliation. In a controversial twist, the video briefly references Epstein Island, showing the young girl in the shadows of the private estate tied to Jeffrey Epstein, suggesting connections to high-profile U.S. figures. This adds a layer of political and moral commentary, linking the video's narrative of suffering to contemporary scandals and allegations against U.S. elites. The montage then shifts focus to Iran. A solemn scene in Manab shows a schoolgirl standing in a courtyard, the Iranian flag behind her. This image references a deadly strike on a girls' school in the city, reportedly carried out with Tomahawk missiles, highlighting civilian casualties and reinforcing the video's theme of perceived injustices against Iran. The final sequence delivers the most dramatic imagery. A missile arcs across the sky in a POV shot, cutting through clouds before striking a modified Statue of Liberty. The statue's head has been replaced with that of Baal, an ancient deity associated with false worship and moral corruption. The missile strikes, shattering the symbol into pieces, underscoring the video's central message: revenge and retribution against perceived global injustices. The video comes amid escalating military tensions. On Wednesday, Iran reportedly launched a cruise missile toward the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, further straining efforts to de-escalate. conflicts in the Middle East. Also, hours earlier, Iran also launched missile strikes at Israeli nuclear town Dimona. A massive explosion rocked southern Israel near Israel's nuclear town amid escalating tensions. This followed reports of a missile strike near Dimona, an area closely associated with one of Israel's most sensitive nuclear facilities. Dramatic visuals circulating online show a powerful blast lighting up the night sky over the Negev desert. What makes this strike particularly significant is its proximity to the Shimon Peres Negev Nuclear Research Center, a site widely believed to be at the core of Israel's nuclear program, though officially described as a research facility. Located deep in the Negev desert, the Dimona complex is among the most heavily guarded and strategically sensitive locations in Israel. Any strike in it is bound to raise alarm, not just within the country, but across.
You know China and Russia feeding them motherfuckers intel.
The region. This is not the first time Dimona, or what is often referred to as Israel's nuclear town, has come under threat. Iranian forces had targeted the area just last week as well, pointing to a possible pattern rather than a one-off attack. The timing of this strike is equally crucial. It comes amid reports that Iran's key nuclear facility at Natanz nuclear facility was hit again in a suspected U.S.-Israeli airstrike. Tehran has strongly condemned that attack, calling it criminal and vowing consequences. The latest missile launch towards southern Israel may now be seen as part of that response.
This is no longer retaliation. This is escalation on a scale not seen before. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has announced the 78th wave of Operation True Promise 4, an operation already seen dozens of coordinated missile and drone barrages across. And now, the targets are some of Israel's most sensitive: Dimona, Tel Aviv, Eilat. But this time, the battlefield is expanding. The strikes are no longer confined to Israel. Multiple U.S. military bases across the region have also come under fire, signaling a widening conflict with no clear limits.
Yeah, I seen something about Venezuela in the link to the voting machines.
Statement. The IRGC describes this phase as a turning point, a moment where missiles rained down across multiple fronts. The weapons deployed include advanced IMAD missile systems and multi-warhead Qatar missile platforms, alongside coordinated drone attacks. According to the IRGC, these strikes hit key locations in Eilat, northern Tel Aviv, and most notably, Dimona, a city that carries immense strategic weight. Because near Dimona lies one of Israel's most sensitive facilities, its nuclear reactor zone. And this is not the first time it has been hit. Just days ago, A previous strike on Dimona and nearby Arad reportedly caused over 200 casualties, sending shockwaves across the region. Now, the IRGC says it has struck again, calling this latest phase a distinct record in the timeline of the war, a claim that signals both confidence and escalation. But the message is not just military, it is also political. The IRGC says millions of Iranians have taken to the streets in mass rallies, showing what it calls unwavering national support, a signal that the conflict is not just being fought on the battlefield, but also in the streets. And then comes the warning. The IRGC says it is engaging its adversaries through what it calls impact-driven operations, a phrase that suggests calibrated but increasingly powerful strikes. And there is more. According to the statement, a significant portion of Iran's combat forces have not yet been deployed, including units of the Basij volunteer force. The implication is clear. What has been seen so far may not be the full force. And if those forces enter the battlefield, the conflict could intensify dramatically. The IRGC warns that any attempt by its adversaries to change the course of the war will be met with immediate retaliation, a heavy blow, delivered in less than an instant, targeting not just those on the battlefield, but also planners and supporters. This is escalation by doctrine, a strategy designed to deter by demonstrating capability. Operation True Promise 4 began after what Iran describes as unprovoked aggression by the United States and Israel. Since then, wave after wave of strikes have followed, now reaching at least 78 waves. Ballistic missiles, hypersonic systems, and drones deployed across a widening battlefield. The question now is not whether this conflict is escalating. It already has. The real question is how far it will go. Because with each wave, the stakes are getting higher.
Let's see, when he dropped this, let me see. It's the last Salt Juice drop. I like this shit too. Man, it'll be going hard a little bit. A lot of bit. A lot of bit.
When the whole world feels like too much weight, I can see the pressure building with your day been long. Still you hold it all together, try to stay strong. World on your shoulders, but you still shine bright. Even when the stress try to steal your light. I know every battle that you never say, every little storm that you fight each day. You give so much love, but you barely receive. So tonight I'm here, let your heart just breathe. If your mind feel heavy, you can lean on me. Ain't no weight too big when it's you and me. You one of one, girl, that's the truth I know. God made you rare when he built your soul. Baby, I got you. Even on your worst days, when the whole world feels like too much weight.
When the world get cold and your energy low, I'm the one that stays when the lights get low. I know every side of your heart and soul, the quiet little pain that you never show. You're a rare soul, girl, that's hard to find. Real love yours don't come all the time. So I'm guarding your heart like a sacred place. Every little flaw just adds to your grace. When that pressure comes and a storm, I'm the calm in your skies every single year. Not just for the highs, when the life feels sweet, but the nights you cry when you feel weak.
Baby, I got you. Even on your worst days, when the whole world feels too much weight.
Oh shit, every time I'm on here this long, and shit starts skipping. And fucked up the song. Terrible.
It's that blueprint talk. Family first. Nation rise.
Strong mama in the kitchen, head wrap, stand tall. Stretch a little pot, feed five, that's y'all. Turn a food stamp line to a game plan scribble. Baby, read that sign, sound it out, break the riddle. Early in the morning, she up, eyes red. Packing little lunch and still making up the bed. Do your homework first, then you grab that phone. She the first safe place that the baby's ever known. Bills on the table, stress in the air, but she still find time just to braid up hair. Straight A's on the fridge, that's a crown on display. She say focus now, shine later, that's the way. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet. On his feet. Strong mama at the desk, late night class notes. Studying for nursing while she zip up coats. Baby at the table doing math, same grind. 2 generations locked on the same climb. She don't let them hide from the books, no slack. Check every answer, then you run it right back. Turn cartoons off, let a doc film play. Know where you from, then you know what to say. She clap for each win, still correcting each flaw. Teach them how to think, how to question every law. She don't raise little followers, she racing up a team. Every focused child start at somebody's nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hand. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet. On his feet. Strong daddy in the driveway, grease on his palms. Teaching little man how to tighten the arms. Hold that light steady, keep your word like that, yeah. Discipline with patience, never swing off cap. He correct, then he hug, that's the real backbone. Show a daughter how a king act, calm tone. Look him in the eyes when you speak, stand firm. Every choice got a cost, every loss gotta learn. He had every game, on the front bleacher. Then at night, open books, he a home teacher. Balanced in the spirit, he ain't ruled by rage. He just set clear lines like bars on a page. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law. Teach mind over quick, we don't beg for a throne. We just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet. On his feet, on his feet. Up, up, up on his feet. Up, up, up on his feet. Up, up, up on his feet. Teach law.
That's becoming one of my favorites right there. That artist's name is Sauce. Boss of Sauce, baby. That motherfucker growing on me every time I play it. What we got? What we got? Let me see. Like that shit? Good. I think it's got potential. Let yours be taller than 5'9". You wildin'. Oh, shit.
The International Energy Agency has dropped another bombshell from its Paris headquarters, unleashing a fresh 10-point plan dubbed Sheltering from Oil Shocks. Released amid Brent crude spiking toward $120 a barrel and the Strait of Hormuz largely shut down. The document urges governments to slash global oil demand.
I guess I could have introduced that song a little better. That last one was mine.
And by an estimated 2.7 million barrels per day within 4 months. Key COVID 2.0-esque measures include mandating work from home up to 3 days a week, dropping highway speed limits by at least 6 to 10 miles per hour, imposing car-free Sundays in major cities, alternating vehicle access by license plate where odd-numbered plates get access on certain days and E-plates get on the other days, pushing carpooling.
Hold on. If there so happened to be a man that meet every requirement you would ever need, but the only kicker is he 5'8". That's a problem? You would throw all that shit away because he only 5'8"? If you say yeah, I'm gonna block you.
Transportation, as we dwell in a reality where all of the machete-wielding lunatics are free to injure anyone they please under Blue City Soros DAs, cutting non-essential business flights by 40%, and
appreciate your business.
And promoting efficient trucking and rail alternatives. Yeah, you know, the trucking industry rife with illegal aliens.
This illegal immigrant
you wouldn't throw all that away. You wouldn't throw it because he only 5'8". So cut it out.
March of 2022, he was given a federal work permit by the Biden-Harris administration, and Gavin Newsom gave
I'm 6'4" though.
him a CDL license. On this day, he was driving intoxicated. When the traffic in front of him slowed down, he didn't slow down. and he plowed right 8 cars, immediately killing 3 individuals and seriously injuring.
Alternative from the likes of the $16 billion California Governor Newsom burned to create nothing.
You want to be big, you got to be big in big things. This is the only high-speed rail system of its type anywhere in the United States of America. You could talk all you want. You guys are actually delivering, making things happen.
On the surface,
man, you ain't built shit, you lying bastard.
It reads like pragmatic crisis management for
all that money went in your pocket and in all your little cronies. Get bullshit out of here, Newsom. I can't stand that motherfucker.
a genuine supply crunch. But we just went through this engineered behavioral control bureaucratic nightmare, and in some respects we still are. And I guarantee the American people are not gonna line up like sheep this time. This isn't the first time the IEA has rolled out such a blueprint. Back in 2022, amid the Russia-Ukraine fallout, they issued an almost identical 10-point plan to cut oil use that pushed remote work, slower speeds, car-free days, and reduced air travel, measures that conveniently aligned with the post-COVID normal of emerging restrictions.
The CEO of what? The train thing? The high-speed train rail? For real? Oh, shit.
Restricted mobility and digital surveillance. Now, in 2026, the agency is recycling the playbook under the guise of sheltering consumers, with language like immediate actions for advanced economies and heavy emphasis on limiting personal freedom of movement that will quickly morph into policy mandates, fines, internment camps, and enforcement grids. The IEA's own net zero by 2050 roadmap has long telegraphed the endgame, slashing fossil fuel demand not through abundant, cheap energy, but through rationing your lifestyle. The populace corral.
Well, they better scare his ass into snitching. He better start telling. He ain't gonna. There's no way he gonna be the lone fall guy. They just threw a motherfucker to the wolves. Like, you got to go for the rest of us. Fuck that.
Like sheep, all while the elites jet between climate summits and award ceremonies. Expect the usual cascade towards establishment insolence, where corporate compliance, media cheerleading, and gradual normalization and heavy emphasis on limiting personal freedom of movement that will quickly morph into policy mandates, fines, internment camps, and enforcement grids. The IEA's own net zero by 2050 roadmap has long telegraphed the endgame, slashing fossil fuel demand not through abundant, cheap energy, but through rationing your lifestyle. The populace corralled like sheep, all while the elites jet between climate summits and award ceremonies. Expect the usual cascade towards establishment insolence, where corporate compliance, media cheerleading, and gradual normalization of surveillance apps to optimize your carbon or oil footprint ramp up. The Agenda 2030 goal is less than 4 years away, and the fools are going for broke. John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
Days to flatten the curve, wear the mask, take the shot, you can't get COVID, you can't spread it, all horse crap. And they used COVID to derail Trump's last recovery, and now, as I predicted, they're using war to do it.
If you spend too much time on Twitter or get your news from the liberal mainstream media, you may have gotten the impression that the president's supporters are abandoning him in droves over Operation Epic Fury, his war to prevent your grandchildren from having to face off against a nuclear-armed Iran. Our hapless president has been dragged into this war against his will by the nefarious Bibi Netanyahu, according to people like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, and now Joe Kent. Alas, none of that is true. The narrative that MAGA is split over Iran, beloved by the liberal media and the anti-Israel far left and right, is complete fiction. Far from a betrayal, poll after poll after poll has found massive, overwhelming support for the president's strikes on Iran among Republican voters, upwards of 85%.
Here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this.
Welcome to Pickett. Thank y'all for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Trump is against that entire globalist plan of austerity and against their carbon taxes. That's why I've supported him so much, because compared to the Democrats, it's night and day. He really is returning national sovereignty to America and making our own decisions. But my God, then don't make the wrong decisions now that we have a president back in charge. This is so paradoxical, and it's so love-hate for me. And I know I've been right, and I've been proven right again. It's our own government's assessments, for heaven's sakes.
And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space, and he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran," very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that.
That's why the head of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, quit this week, trying to get Trump to pay attention and change course. Instead, they've been attacking him as a traitor and saying he's a leaker with no evidence.
I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me on that. So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for Congress, pretty badly and tough, devastated, and I know that he lost his wife. So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job in security, essentially, in the White House. And what does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat. To get publicity. Now, he probably signed up with CNN.
Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterror Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates his departure.
These opening remarks with one other fake news, and that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good for America, and may I add, I think what is also good for future generations.
All the anti-Seminites to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day.
It's the Israel lobby that has the main muscle to be pushing this. It's a foreign government. It's illegal as hell. I don't care if it's China, the UK, the EU involved in our politics, and they are too, and it's wrong. We're standing up against that. We're standing up against what Israel's doing. It's wrong, folks. It's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and it's treasonous for anybody that allows foreign governments to run our country. Nobody can disagree with that. That's the facts.
I reckon a lot of you know I've been on the air for.
Alex, you goofy. Damn. I'm about outnumbered here tonight, so I'm gonna play some songs for the ladies before I get up out of here. How about that? Sound like a playing, man. Let's see. What should I start with? I got like 3 or 4 songs for. Let's see. Collage. Man, fuck that dude. YouTube took down my little music collage I had of him, and it wasn't missing. What they call it? They didn't even really give me a reason. They just took the shit down. It's another Jay Dyer video I was sharing. They took that video down. They didn't give me a strike or nothing. They just didn't even give me a reason why they took that shit down. Which one of these should I start first? Let me see. Fuck it.
There are at least 2 sides to every story, yours and mine, ours and theirs isn't hers. You said we're meant to blur the borders. I say I never raise my voice. We argue over every single corner of a choice we can't avoid. If every truth keeps twisting in the telling, then in all this rewinding, all this trying, someone's always lying. Every word reshapes the same old ending. Then in all this rewinding, all this fighting, someone's always lying. You circle back to something said last winter. I swear it slipped right out my head. You call it proof, I call it splinters, little shards we never share. You keep your facts like folded legal letters. I keep my feelings in a pile. We take turns playing who remembers better, till we both forget the why. If every truth keeps twisting in the telling, and in all this rewinding, all this trying, someone's always lying. Every word reshapes the same old ending. And in all this rewinding, all this fighting, someone's always lying. Maybe it's the fear that makes us edit. Maybe it's the hurt that has a line. Maybe we're just bad at saying I did it, so we underline the other side. The truth keeps twisting in that side. When your heart is beating, always trying, someone's always lying. Every word reshapes the same old ending. And in all this rewind, all this silence feels like someone lying. In all this rewinding, all this trying, tell me who is lying.
Huh? She got a glow, moonlight dripping on the skin. Chocolate silk, the universe tucked within it. Every step a sonnet, every word a hymn. Her laugh a melody, my world starts to spin.
He got a spot, amber eyes that never fade. Shoulders broad, holding burdens life has made. Voice of velvet thunder, steady in the shade. With him I'm safe like a house love is made. We intertwine, like roots beneath the ground. 2 hearts beating in the same profound sound.
No need to search, no need to roam. With your love, I found my home. Her dreams paint murals on the night sky's face. Every glance she throws a masterpiece in space. She ain't a diamond nine, she the whole mine. Queen of my life and the crown's divine.
His strength is steady, like rivers carved in stone. You're soft enough to make the wild feel at home. He ain't a star, nah, he's the whole sky. King of my heart, where the love can't die.
Every wound healed by the touch, the word. Every doubt silenced by the truth we heard. Through storms and droughts, we stand, we thrive. This love eternal, it's alive, alive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You move like a whisper in the rain, soft and slow. I can't explain it. Closer, can't read. Your light, a spark lights up the air. Do you know? Do you care? Shadows and sunlight, dancing in time. Your heart beats with mine. Your heart beats with mine. Your heart beats with mine. Love like a rhythm, endless and kind. Love like a rhythm, endless and kind. Endless and kind. I speak in verses, you reply in rhymes. We turn seconds into lifetimes. Your eyes, they hold secrets of other skies. Do you see the way stars leaning to hear us? Do you feel the world spin just to be near us? Shadows and sunlight, dancing in time. Your heart beats with mine. Your heart beats with mine. Your heart beats with mine. Love like a rhythm, endless and kind. Love like a rhythm, endless and kind. Endless and kind.
Moonlight dripping on the floor, hearts racing, wanting more. Skin on skin like ocean waves, tangled in the heat we crave. Yeah. Love making is what I do. A rhythm, a spark, electric too. Hands collide, the night breaks through. Love making, yeah, it's what I do. Curtains swaying slow and sweet. Our shadows dance where time won't meet. Breathless whispers fill the air. Every move, no moment spare. I feel your pulse, it matches mine. Every second bends the line. Love making is what I do. A rhythm, a spark, the lands collide. The night breaks through. Love making, yeah, yeah, it's what I do. You. Ooh, your touch, it's a melody. I sing a song that only passion brings. The world fades, just me and you. Love making is all we do. Your eyes burn like a velvet flame. quiet storm whispering my name. Fingers tracing slow as time. Your breath is music, soft, divine. The night is endless, the air so sweet. Our hearts in rhythm, every beat. Making love like the world don't turn. Skin on skin where the fire burns. Making love in the dark, we glow. A language only our hearts know. Moonlight dripping, silver and shy, shadows dancing, you and I. Every touch a gentle spark, loving loud inside the dark. The stars are falling, we pull them near. Every sigh erases fear. Making love like the world don't turn. Skin on skin where the fire burns. Making love in the dark, we glow. A language only our hearts know.
I think you might have forgot about this next one, Nanya. Let me refresh your memory.
I saw the moon fall into your eyes, a silver thread where the cosmos ties. Every heartbeat whispered, every breath untamed. Our worlds collided, nothing stayed the same. Your voice, a flame, it melts my fear. Your touch, it draws me near. The gravity of us pulling closer, pulling tight. No escape, no resistance under love's eternal line. The gravity of us, we're the stars that collide, forever spinning in this endless tide. You move like a dream that forgot to fade. I'm the shadow dancing in the glow you made. Your laughter bends the air, your smile rewrites time. We're a song unwritten, but every note aligns. Your name, it lingers, a melody sweet. Your love, a rhythm, Messiah, repeat. Oh, the gravity of us pulling close.
Yeah, take me there. Yeah, yeah. Let it linger. Speaking clearer. Stay right there. Lights low, but your eyes still glow. Here we go, but we move so slow. Whispered heat in the velvet air. Every inch of me pressing you there. Take me deeper, let it linger. Taste yourself on my fingers. Body's language speaking clearer. No words, I just want you right there, right there. Satin sheets tangle like a mine. Every curve a treasure I find. Breathless rhythm, hearts collide. I'm drowning in you, no place to hide. Every touch a wildfire, inferno burning. Every look a lesson I'm learning. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Take me deeper, let it linger. Let it linger. Place yourself on my fingers. Body's language speaking clearer. No words, I just want you right there. Gravity's gone, but I'm pulled to you. The night's a secret is only between me and you. Drunk on the heat dripping from your skin. This fever starts where your lips begin. Your nails trace maps on my skin tonight. Every touch burns like fire, but it feels so right. The clock's got no say when the room's this hot. Sweat drips slow, I'm caught in your plot. Breathing heavy, hearts collide. No escape, nowhere to hide. Take me deeper, let it linger. Taste yourself on my ring. On my fingers. Girl, that's language speaking clear. No words, I just want you right there under silk sheets. You're my confession. Every move you make a deep obsession. Say my name, let my rhythm slide and create heat until the night ends. I went high, I went high,
Take it deeper, let it linger. Speaking clearer, shh, stay right there. Lying slow, but your eyes still glow. Here we go, but we move so slow. Whispered heat in the velvet air. Every inch of you pressing me there. Take it deeper, let it linger. I taste myself all on your fingers. Body's language speaking clearer. No words, I just want you right there. Satin sheets tangle like our minds. Every curve a treasure you find. Breathless rhythm, hearts collide. I'm drowning, you no place to hide. Every touch, inferno burning. Every look, a lesson I'm learning. Take it deeper, let it linger. I taste myself all on your fingers. Eyes now you're speaking clearer. No words, I just want you right there. Gravity's gone. to you. The night secret is only between me and you. Drunk on the heat, dripping from your skin. This fever starts where your lips begin. My nails trace maps on your skin tonight. Every touch burns like fire, but it feels so right. The clock's got no say when the room's this hot. Sweat drips slow, I'm caught in your plot. Breathing heavy, hearts collide. Nowhere to hide. Taste the sound on your fingers. Body's language speaking clearer. No words, I just want you right there. Under silk sheet, you're my confession. Every move you make a deep obsession. Scream your name, feel my rhythm as you slide in. Create this heat until the night ends. Then go again. Ha, ha, ha.
Diabolical. I think that'll conclude tonight's live stream. Well, unless you want me to play one more song, just to flip the script. What you want to hear? Don't say no damn dragger. Here we go. I knew that was coming. I should have just played it and got it over with. I don't even have to ask no more. Just play that motherfucker. Just play it, nigga. That's Mr. Tony. Now see, it's two, see, it's the Dragon song and then you got the Godzilla song. It's two different songs.
Just on once. Hey. Shade. Yeah. Look up. Too late. I'm Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps. Every little hater looking like a snake. Like a snake. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crack. I'm Godzilla when I breathe.
that's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line, every time I move, that's a world map. Crawled out the trench, skin still drips out. Scars on my scales, whole life my fault now. Made for the quake and the chaos, heartbeat drum, make the ground break sounds. You play tough, I play titan. You chase clout, I chase lightning. You want throne, but your bones too light. I use stones like stones when I skip them in the night. Footprint, whole block outline, name ring out like a landline. You talk big, but your frame bite size. I chewed out, spit flames in your timeline. Godzilla in the middle of the city, better get back. Get back, get back, get back. Big steps, every little hater looking like a snack. Like a snack, like a snack. Jaw wide, let it all fry, turn them into ash. King of the fall line, every time I snap, that's a new crash. I'm Godzilla when I breathe, that's a siren in the sky. Crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line, every time I move, there's a world map. You wanna roar like this, gotta live through the deep like this. Gotta sleep with a teeth like this, whole life in a beast like this. Storm in my chest, I'm a walking reactor. Every step right a chapter, waves in my wake, that's disaster. Still stand tall in the after that they drop bombs. I evolve on them, turn scars into armor, then stomp on them. Whole seat part when I crawl from it, I don't run from the smoke, I draw from it. Who you call when the sky turn red? Name on the hills, carved in dread. But I learned to love that fear, every scream my cheer. Yeah, I build my bed, so I stomp for the kids who were called too much. Too loud, too big, too rough. If they say you a monster, good, go grow that tough. I'm Godzilla in the middle of the city, better get back. Get back, get back, get back. Big steps, every little hater looking like a snack. Like a snack, like a snack. Jaw wide, let it all fry, turn them into ash. King of the fall line, every time I snap, that's a new crash. I'm Godzilla when I breathe, that's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line, every time I move, that's a world map. Oh, dude, that's Mr.
Let's go on a track.
If your peace depend on everything going right, one small crack in the plan and you're shaking all night. White knuckles on the steering wheel, trying to bend the road. Calling that comfort when it's really control. I'm learning to be steady in uncertainty. Heart still humming while the storm rolls over me. If it bends, let it bend, let the old scripts go. That's not peace, that's control. This here trembling, this here opening, that's real growth. I used to chase answers like they'd save my skin. Needed every door label before I walked in. Now I breathe in the question, let them echo and flow. I don't need every outcome to trust where I'm gonna go. I'm learning to be steady in uncertainty. Heart still humming while the storm rolls over me. If it bends, let it bend, let the old scripts go. That's not me, that's control. This here trembling, this here opening, that's real. Hands open, I clench low, vocal grip. Lose grip on what I think I know. I break a little, wake a little every time. I'm learning to be steady in uncertainty. Heart still humming while the storm rolls over me. If it bends, let it bend, let the old scripts go. That's not peace, that's control. This here trembling, this here opening, that's real growth.
Yeah. Listen up. You have to pick a side. Yeah. 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 They profit when we're boxed in, color coded. Scroll wars, broke floors, mine's corroded. Got you barking at your neighbor for a headline. While they signing off the city for a deadline. Yeah. Same rent late, same fridge bare. Same bus route, same blank stare. Why you beefing with the mirror, letting them demons in? Same wound, same blade, different spin. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one, unify or die. They sell fear like it's candy in a glass jar. Feeding panic to the masses, playing a black card. Left, right, that's a puppet in a split suit. Real power sitting quiet in a rich room. You throw hands at your brother in the same trench. Same cough in your chest, the same bench. If the landlord love you both in the same way, you ain't rivals, you just victims on a layaway. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one, unify or die. Hands up, not for trends, for each other. Name one win, they ain't split us to cover. We all broke, they just changed the shade. Same storm, different rain on our face. I'm from a place where they rather see us vilify. Scrolling through the pain, pick a side, then we signify. Algorithm war, every comment like a battle cry. Either we expand the circle, or we simplify. Feet keep telling me I'm right, that's a lullaby. Rockin' saw to sleep, while the roof sitting over fire. Leaders talk tough, but they courage only monetized. I'm just trying to build a bridge higher than the border signs. Kids growing up, thinking empathy is obsolete. Hearts on red receipts, love lost in the data sheet. History repeats when we treat truth like a product line. Either share the water or we watch the whole garden die. So I look my people in the face when the sirens cry. Even when we don't see eye to eyes in the middle from what we testify. Say we rise together, this the code, unified die. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unified die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one, unify or die. Oh, dude. Yeah. Remind me, let's go on the track. They flood the block with sugar. Yeah. Call it love in a bright red can. Y'all just say pressure too high, my brother. But the cone back to one plane. They lace off school to sirens. Yeah. Mad with those cameras on the keys. Guidance counselor juggling 30 broken storms. Yeah. Meanwhile, prisons beating on beds. They say the spear on the radio. Same creed, chain, same dead screw. Tell a young empress she only worth a shake. Tell a young king he only worth a clip. This is math in the backroom legend. Every life just a line of squeeze. Talking market stamped on our faces. Low map mark, take what you please. Poison pushes in designer suits. Smile while with that clean white teeth. Demonic schemes in the ballroom hole. Turn our babies in the balance sheets. American genocide. They dress it up nice. New war, new deals ain't life. We numbers, we ain't your price. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American. We calling out your American genocide. They turned out Harlem to a slogan. $1 million, you right by the church. first. Ashley playground broken, swing said liquor store shining on every kind to blame us. When we late, when we can't clock in. Boss man talk about personal feelings, his cousin wrote the law we drowning in. They call it church when they poison water, call it oil when they flood our streets. Send more guns where the books are missing, fight just to eat. They buy a coach, sell it back, hollow paint, our plane, that's a fashion trend. But the zip codes with the softest source, still decide how our story ends. Poison pushers in designer seats, 12 out with they clean white teeth, the money schemes in the ballroom hole, turn our babies in the balance sheets. American genocide, they dress it all nice, do all new pills ain't nice. We know we ain't Joe Brian, we calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We know it's hard. My grandma kept the mirth in the kitchen, quiet praise over pipes and plans. She said, baby, read every label, they ain't feeding you, they feeding their plan. We playing greens in the cracks of the concrete. Ditch our sons out of breeding out boats. Tell our daughters they crowns ain't class, cause they much more fire than me and you post. We study law like we study scripture. Court things don't go like holidays. It's they wage war on the way that we leave. We wage love in 1,000 ways. From the mark to the PTA meeting, from the cipher to the pastor mic. We 99s, we trace their money, try the shadows in the light. Into the wars and pushes in the sign suits. Smile while wear that clean white team, the money schemes in the ballroom room. Tell our baby it's in the balance sheets. American genocide, they dress it all nice. New war, new kills ain't nice. We know pain, Joe Bobby calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We live and do just America. We live and do this American genocide. I ain't beefing with the demon, I confront the bitch. Every scar on my soul, yeah, I done it. Devil banging bass drum, working the drum kit. Mama praying in the pew, saying son quit. But I'm stitched from the cloth where you stand on shit. If I did dirt, then my word got my hands on the devil in my ear, selling dreams on a payment plan. Told me I could fly, but he hit the facts quicksand. Whole block worship what they can't own, flexing face stones, renting fake loans. I seen killers turn clown when the case closed, talking about guys playing, they just hate growth. I wouldn't need deep gun tuck, heart froze. Spirit whisper, tell the truth for your soul. So had to kill the lie, living in my own head. For the lie, put a mark on my forehead. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He talk big but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down the truth than down the rat trap. Devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. I still be straight in my eyes, I don't write cap. If my tongue saved, then my backbone back there. I done broke bread with the crooked and the holy. Pistol in the trunk, speaking scripture through the song. Gas to shaking hands, but his eyes looking phony. Devil wear cologne, smell rich, call your homie. Offer me a bag for my silence and my honor, trying to make me lie to my seed. But I'ma tell him about his mama, told him I'm a man. Not a product, not a comma, you can keep the chaos. I ain't chasing your drama, homie took the shortcut and I ain't short-lived. Told a lie so long that it warped him. Trying to paint his glass like a portrait, but the blood on his hands wrote the forfeit. I see snitches throw dirt on the dead name, crying in front of a headstone bearing his name. Talk loud, but they souls speak a dead slang. Got you like a tooth walk, he don't need game. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He talk big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down the truth than down the rat trap. The devil is a lie, I won't side. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. Still be straight in my eyes, I don't write cap. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there. And tell me play along, you can shine more. Kept a little one, the body count, crime low. Say you ain't a whole city, make them one war. Would I rather be small than a big fraud? My little cousin looking up like I'm scripture. What I say turn his choices to a mixture. If I glamorize the page in my stories, he gon' chase bars, never take glory. So I'm talking about the nights I was dead, bro. About the cold flows, about the stress smoke, about the friends in the ground who ain't get old, about the weight on my chest when I'm big cold. Truth cutter, but it clean when slice do. Fear talk cute, but it bite you. A devil in the deal, read the fine print. I just sound with the light, let my life in. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He's so big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts. Rather die on the truth than die in the rag track. The devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the bill getting dry. Still me spreading my eyes, I don't write cat. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there.
All right, I'm gonna end it with a soul shattering composition with an artist named Sweet Gunner. Yes, sir. Strap on your seat belts.
Let us be enraged about injustice, but let us not be destroyed by it.
Mr. Rustin said it plain in this tired, trembling town. Let the fire in your chest burn, but don't burn you down. Posters peeling on the wall, names we're trying not to lose. We carry candles to the square, he says, let them carry you. Let us be enraged about injustice. Let it shake our quiet feet. But let us not be broken by the weight of all these years. We will stand in all this sorrow till the sorrow turns to song. Let us be enraged, but not destroyed. We are wounded, we are strong. Every siren rifle line in a book we didn't choose. Every headline feels like hell, bruising hearts black and blue. He looks out over our hands, raised in anger, raised in plea. Says, don't trade your tender soul for a colder kind of peace. Let us be enraged about injustice. Let us shake our quiet fear. But let us not be broken by the weight of all these years. We will stand in all this sorrow till the sorrow turns to song. Let us be enraged, but not destroyed. We are wounded. We are
Yeah, YouTube and did some janky shit or something. They cut out half the song, didn't it? Super janky. Talk about connection is lost. Reconnecting. I said, oh, here we go with this shit. I was trying to go out with that one. That is some soul shaking shit right there. I have to run that back just because YouTube playing funky and shit.
Let us be.
Fucker. Now leave me alone so I can get out of here on a smooth note.
Let us be enraged about injustice. But let us not be destroyed by it.
Mr. Rustin said it plain in this tired, trembling town. Let the fire in your chest burn, but don't burn you down. Posters peeling on the wall, names we're trying not to lose. We carry candles to the square, he says, let them carry you. Let us be enraged about injustice. Let it shake our quiet feet. But let us not be broken by the weight of all these years. We will stand in all this sorrow till the sorrow turns to song. Let us be enraged, but not destroyed. We are wounded, we are strong. Every siren rifle line in a book we didn't choose. Every headline feels like hell, bruising hearts black and blue. He looks out over our hands, raised in anger, raised in plea. Says, don't trade your tender soul for a colder kind of peace. Let us be enraged about injustice. Let us share fear, but let us not be broken by the weight of all these years. We will stand in all this sorrow till the sorrow turns to song. Let us be enraged, but not destroyed. We are wounded. We are We can shout and still be gentle. We can grieve and still have grace. Let the fury move your footsteps, not erase your saving faith. Hold each other in the pairs when the stories are too much. Let the outrage light our lanterns, not burn down our only love. Let us rage about injustice. Let it shake our quiet fear. But let us not be broken by the weight of all these years. We will soar this sorrow till the sorrow turns to song.
Let us be enraged about injustice.
That'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Time for me to lay my ass down. Appreciate y'all for hanging with me tonight. Good question, Naya. Shout out to Naya Business, American Business, Copper Goddess, T-Dub. Whoever you busters was that ran past the live with your bitch ass, I hope you hit the like on your way by. I think I covered all 4 or 5 of them. I seen the number go up to like 6, 7, 8, 7, I think. Motherfucker ain't say nothing. It's off to the gravy. I don't need you. It's all organic over here. With that being said, anybody else coming here? I don't think so. Yeah, I can scroll. Oh, Captain Crunch came in. Yeah, Captain Crunch came in this thing. Yeah. Y'all rest well. I know I am. Got some long days. You know, I'll just be offering a little bit of info. Hopefully some good conversation. And some even better music. But I'm out this thing. Y'all be easy. Peace.